Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Amir H. Ali of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I'd like to start by thanking Senator Warnock for letting me jump ahead in the speaking order today. I appreciate it. I'm only going to take a couple of minutes. Yesterday in the press report, apparently I had a report at what I said in lunch for the news about me talking about a simple concept. I don't know. I think the American people's on board with me. We have to show up for work, right? I think we have to. The reason that we had 18 votes on Monday night is because some of my colleagues on my side of the aisle, folks, this is not a partisan, it is partisan in that I'm focusing on some of my colleagues. You got to show up for work. We've got work to do here, and I understand there are all kinds of good reasons, but there's no excuse to let Chuck Schumer force these judicial nominations down our throat. We got to show up for work. What happened on Monday night only occurred because Republicans were not here. They are my colleagues, they are my friends, but they are business associates first who have a job of making sure that we prevent Chuck Schumer from driving a lot of these judicial nominations that if we're here, won't be successful. The only reason we were here until midnight on Monday night is because some of my colleagues didn't show up. I'm just saying, folks, this is pretty simple. I spent most of my career in business. If my senior staff didn't show up or my former partners at Price Waterhouse didn't show up, we'd find them another job. Well, we get this job whether we want it or not unless we resign. You can't fire us in the midterm or in the middle of our terms. But I can express my concern with giving Chuck Schumer an easy way to beat Republicans who want to vote against and potentially defeat some of these very liberal judges. So all I'm saying, so that the press gets it right, people put words in my mouth at a private lunch. That's okay. People do that around here. I don't. But let me say what I said at lunch. 90% of success is showing up. If we were here on Monday night, we wouldn't have been here till midnight because we would have defeated Chuck Schumer's opportunity to do it then. If we're not here every single day, I had somebody ask me, well, when do I need to be there for that Fourth Circuit nominee? When is that vote going to occur? I said, when you're not here. We've got to show up, folks. The American people expect us to show up for a job. These are my friends. These are my colleagues. These are people I work together with. But they let me down on Monday. They better not let me down for the rest of the session or every time we fail because we failed to show up. I'll be back down here to remind my colleagues the American people and the people that elected us in our great states want us to do our jobs. You can't do your job if you're not here. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise today calling on the United States Senate to immediately approve the supplemental disaster assistance request sent to us by the President earlier this week so we can get Georgians and Americans all across our country the support they so desperately need following the two recent storms, Hurricanes Helene and Hilton. Sadly, these storms are becoming more frequent and becoming more destructive, and we will see again and again the need of the Senate to respond with the urgency that this demands. I was pushing for additional disaster assistance for Georgians reeling from past storms before Hurricane Helene landed in our state, namely following Hurricane Idalia in last year and Debbie in August of this year. My office was on the front lines of the federal response to Hurricane Helene in Georgia, and I was proud to work with a bipartisan group of my colleagues, including Senator Tillis and Senator Budd of North Carolina, to kickstart this disaster funding process. I want to thank the President for listening to the people of our state in expediting this request. And I want to thank the Senate Appropriations Committee Chair Patty Murray for acting on this priority today. It's something she and I have talked about over the last several weeks. Since these storms tore through Georgia and much of the Southeast, we have seen light in darkness as communities come together to help one another, neighbors supporting neighbors. I was down in Augusta a few weeks ago, and it was tough to see that devastation. But part of that light piercing the darkness could be seen in the eyes and in the effort of Robert Lanier of Lanier's Meat Market. I was driving, we were going down the street, had my staff to do a U-turn, and there was Robert Lanier, local business owner, Lanier's Meat Market, literally providing free food and water to his neighbors. The very food that he sells every day to take care of his family, he was giving it away to his neighbors, light shining in the darkness. I saw this in Humberville, Soperton, and Gibson, where my office hosted community resource clinics to connect Georgians to federal officials and resources, helping some 200 Georgians in the process. In Quitman and in Valdosta, my team and I hit the road to deliver food, healthcare supplies, and water to our neighbors in need. I spent time with small town mayors all across our state that were desperately in need of a response. And to date, FEMA has provided over $229 million in individual and household assistance to Georgians in need and continues to operate numerous disaster recovery and other assistance centers across the state. I'm proud of the great work being done, and I applaud the public servants and the community leaders who make it all possible. But in my travels and in my conversations with these small town mayors, with Georgians, with folks especially in our rural areas, it is clear that more needs to be done, and that help cannot come soon enough. In Ray City, I joined President Biden to survey a damaged pecan grove. An estimated 1/3 of the state's pecan crop was destroyed, as well as cotton. Over 100 poultry houses were damaged or destroyed, and 8 million acres of timber in America's #1 forestry state were impacted. All told, we are talking about more than $6 billion in total damages to Georgia's agriculture sector. Too many of our farmers have taken too many hits with these storms over the years, which is why I pushed the President to send to Congress a request for additional funding immediately so we can give a lifeline to our hurting agriculture industry. At its peak, Helene left more than 1 million Georgians without power, 300 boil water advisories across the state, over 200,000 homes with some level of damage, and countless communities facing a long road to recovery. Most tragically, 228 individuals perished in Helene's devastation. 34 of them were Georgians, 6 of them were children. And so as we pray with our lips for those we lost, we must pray with our legs to help those still reeling and recovering from this devastation. While Congress was out of session last month, because I understood the urgency, I called on the Senate to come back to Washington to pass additional disaster assistance funding. Weeks have passed since then, but the urgency remains. And while it may not be in the headlines, Georgians who are at the center of this devastation are living this every single day. While I'm here to remind my colleagues of the more urgency to act, I know families and farmers back home still recovering. They're the ones who understand the dire circumstances clearly. There's one family in Augusta, Georgia, a married couple with 2 young elementary school-aged kids who, following Helene, listen, are still residing in a house deemed 95% damaged. It is practically unlivable. Their home. But they are still waiting on federal support to move to either a temporary or a long-term housing solution. Imagine that, waking up every day in a home that is 95% damaged. And as they navigate the stress and the trauma of this turmoil, the father continues showing up to work. He goes to work every day in order to provide for his family and then returns to their damaged home, waiting on us to show up to work and get the job done. If we expect hardworking Georgians to do their job in the midst of a disaster, they should expect us to do ours. It is reasonable service. It is the least we can do. The disaster assistance proposal before us would deliver a lifesaver for so many families, providing over $20 billion to help farmers address crop and orchard losses, more than $600 million to help them rehabilitate damaged land, $375 million to support rural communities with housing, power, water, health care, and more, and $40 billion for FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund, the primary source of federal assistance for Georgians impacted by Hurricane Helene. There's also critical funding to fix our damaged roads and highways, support our small businesses harmed by the storms, and invest in public water and sewer system upgrades. The only question is, what are we waiting for? There's no time for games, no time for delay, no time for partisanship or politics. We must center the human beings, members of our families who are impacted by our policy. And the time to act is now. We must approve this additional funding with bipartisan and bicameral support, and I will continue to do all I can until we get this done. And every dollar we allocate gets to the taxpayers. After all, this is the taxpayers' money, and hardworking families trying to pick up the pieces of their lives. This is the work we must do, and it cannot happen soon enough. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Madam President, I rise today to talk about the road ahead for Western North Carolina after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. And I acknowledge and I appreciate my colleague from one of the mountain states, Georgia, particularly northern Georgia, and am reminded that we are rebuilding together. For us here in North Carolina, Hurricane Helene, it represented one of the worst natural disasters to ever strike my home state. And I've seen a lot of natural disasters in North Carolina. For Hurricane Helene, at last count, more than 100 people just in our state have been killed. Hundreds more were injured, and some are still missing. Thousands of North Carolinians, they lost their homes, they lost their businesses. And for small mountain communities in Western North Carolina, this horrific ordeal began Friday morning of September 27th. When the storm hit an already rain-soaked area, the situation escalated into life and death within moments. In the small town of what's now famous Bat Cave, North Carolina, population 180, the town's fire chief, Steve Freeman, he was at home with his wife. In advance of the storm, Steve parked his first car, a 1967 Mustang. He put it up on higher ground on the ridge above the family shed. And around 8:45 a.m., he and his wife, they heard their house shake. He ran to the back of the house, he looked out the window, and he found that the car had already been swept downhill into the shed. Seconds later, he watched their Ford pickup get flipped upside down by the torrential flooding. Then he heard more rumbling noises, followed by shaking. And outside, he saw a mudslide barreling down towards the rest of the holler. He ran for cover, but the collapsing shed took his feet out from under him and washed him several yards into a backhoe where his head was pinned between the loader and what was left of the shed. His wife, who was watching in horror, thought that he was dead. But in a moment, he credits to the grace of Almighty God. Steve had just enough room to get his head out, and he went back inside to his wife. They escaped the area, and Steve later said, "I had my near-death experience, and that's when I knew that God was here for me." What is even more extraordinary is that after this harrowing experience, the chief, Steve, he began working for the safety of his community. Others might have called it quit, but he went to work. He and his firefighters, they mapped out the area and they started digging people out. Chief Freeman is one of the hundreds of heroic North Carolinians who leapt into harm's way to help others. That's the thing about the people of Western North Carolina. They're not just tough, they're mountain tough. Madam President, I had the pleasure of going to undergrad at Appalachian State in Boone years ago. And I've got lifelong friends who still call the region home. But if you spend any amount of time up there, you learn just how strong these people are in the mountains. These are proud and self-sufficient people. They're generous people. For instance, take the story of Ethan Fowler of Slick Rock. He lives in Henderson County, and he volunteered to help rescue folks who were trapped. When he saw the storm debris that needed clearing in his neighborhood, he jumped on his own heavy machinery and he did the job. Locals went up to him and they offered to pay him. They offered him compensation for his work, and Ethan replied, "It's just fuel." He went on to personally help direct the National Guard and federal officials as they arrived to clean up Girton, Bat Cave, Lake Lure, and Chimney Rock. This story and countless others like it are a perfect testament to the people of North Carolina. They're some of the most resilient people around. They don't look for handouts. They don't complain. But the truth is, they need us right now. Our government must be there to help them. That's why it's incredibly disturbing to hear reports on the ground that they're still struggling to get in touch with representatives from FEMA. Now, of course, I don't want to denigrate the hard work of many of these hardworking officials, that are trying to do the right thing. But when you hear the same story of a scattershot response and you hear that same story over and over again, you know that something is dreadfully wrong. You also know that something is wrong when we hear from a whistleblower at FEMA who claims that federal officials directed a colossal event of avoidance against households with flags or yard signs supporting President Trump. This sort of weaponization of the government against people in their time of need, it's disgusting and it's wrong. And there's going to be accountability for it. As we hold these agencies accountable, we in Congress have work to do and no time to waste. So I'm again calling on this body to quickly approve a supplemental bill to help fund long-term recovery for the citizens of Western North Carolina. Congress should take up this bill without any further delay. Those of us from the region, regardless of party, I believe, support this. Now, I realize that coming from someone like me, a dedicated fiscal conservative, asking for this, it might sound to some out of place. But, Madam President, disaster relief is one of the essential functions of this government. Times like these are precisely why we shouldn't overspend or waste taxpayer dollars in more prosperous times. Like any family or small business, we ought to be saving for a rainy day. Ladies and gentlemen, that rainy day is today. In Western North Carolina, the temperatures are falling fast. Many people in my state, they're in real danger of facing a winter without heat because the storm destroyed the area's only kerosene station. We have people living in shelters with only the clothes on their back because the hurricane wiped out their home. We have small shops, hotels, and restaurants who rely on tourism to operate. And some of those folks will be forced to shutter their businesses forever. We have large sections of a major U.S. interstate highway that is still impassable and small mountain roads that are damaged beyond repair. We have communities that are mourning the unimaginable loss of members of first responders and law enforcement. We have some towns that I've visited in the last month, like Hot Springs, Marshall, Burnsville, Swannanoa, that are buried by flooding and mudslides, and towns like Chimney Rock that are mostly gone. Every day that I was present in the region, I was stunned by the enormity of the damage. It was unlike anything that I'd ever seen. This is not a situation where our government has the luxury of hand-wringing or deferring action for another few weeks or after another long recess. The citizens in my state, they need help and they need it now. This is why these men and women pay their taxes. This is their right as an American, and we can't leave them behind. I believe, after having many conversations around the state, that that's their greatest fear, of being forgotten. And I'll make my promise not to ever forget them. And my promise to the people of Western North Carolina is this: I will do everything in my power to see that you have the federal resources you need to recover and to rebuild. I stand ready to work with my Senate colleagues and President-elect Trump to cut through the delays and provide the people of Western North Carolina with the resources they need as quickly as possible. We owe it to these fellow Americans to help them and help them now. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, on Monday, President Biden submitted to Congress an emergency supplemental funding request for nearly $100 billion to help communities across the country recover from disasters. Whether it's Lahaina, Maui, or Burlington, or Davenport, or Asheville, every community that has had the misfortune of being struck by a disaster deserves help. No one is ever fully prepared for a tornado or a flood or a fire, but everyone has to go through the long and difficult and painful process of rebuilding. Rebuilding their life, rebuilding their home, rebuilding their store, rebuilding their community. Which is why every time a disaster has devastated our fellow Americans, Congress has recognized the need for help and stepped up to fulfill our responsibility to provide that help. We don't first check to see if it's a blue or a red or a purple state or county. And today, disaster survivors in almost 40 states, including my own, are counting on us to do exactly that. They've had their lives turned upside down. And in the wake of awful death and destruction, they're trying to find some semblance of stability and peace in their lives. But to recover quickly and fully, they need our help. It's been more than 15 months since Lahaina burned down to the ground in a matter of hours by ferocious fires. More than 4,000 homes were destroyed. And yet, as of today, just one home has been rebuilt. One home. 4,000 homes gone. 12,000 people without a house. 2,200 structures incinerated. One home rebuilt. Even before the fires, Lahaina was a working-class town where people were mostly renters. And while a disaster of this scale is catastrophic for any community, the financial burden inflicted on these survivors is especially acute. Everyone is doing the best that they can to recover. They are working so hard. They have pulled together so much. They have summoned courage and compassion and persistence. They have plowed through every barrier put in front of them. They have saved each other's lives. They are trying to rebuild this beautiful, historic, pluralistic, joyful, multicultural town. But they need our help. And this is a core responsibility of the United States federal government. There are certain things that we should be arguing about. There are lots of things that we should be arguing about. And among those things is, what does the federal government do exactly? What is the federal government's role exactly in education, in healthcare, in transportation? One thing we cannot argue with each other about is this. When your fellow Americans are in a situation where their county, their church, their community, their state is just simply overwhelmed and cannot recover without the resources of the federal government, then the federal government steps up and does their job. And so we are about to wrap this week up before the Thanksgiving break. And then we have a tight little work period to get a hell of a lot done. The one thing we cannot leave undone in December, the one thing we cannot leave undone in December is disaster aid, not just for the people of Maui, but for people all across the country. If the federal government is for anything, it has to be for this. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. So a few weeks ago, the American people spoke loud and clear. They rejected the policies that we've been seeing through this current administration. But today, I rise to talk about the vision my Republican colleagues and I have for this future, and the many solutions that we are eager to get back to work on that I believe will help get this country back on track. First things first, this newly formed Republican Senate majority is ready to close the previous chapter. It's a chapter I think that none of us really want to go through again, and soon the Resolute desk will change hands, and the Senate, under the guidance of my friend and colleague and soon-to-be Majority Leader John Thune, will get to work. And we have the full support of the incoming president, President-elect Trump. The American public want to see real action. Back home in my state of West Virginia, people have conveyed to me that they are ready for real representation, a government of, by, and for the people. Senate Republicans will deliver responsive and responsible solutions for the American people. The task ahead is this: unshackling the American economy, securing the border, unleashing our American energy, reducing crime and lawlessness, and restoring American strength and deterrence on the world stage. These are the issues on which the voters place their faith in us. And I also believe that the central to this mandate for new American leadership is the idea that people really did feel better and preferred their lives under the presidency of President Trump. I know for sure I did. And so as the Senate fulfills its responsibility to pass legislation that get this country back on track, let's look no further than the previous Trump administration for the roadmap. President Trump unleashed American energy production, rolling back burdensome permitting rules and red tape. Republicans slashed regulations that canceled pipelines. We erased barriers to our new ones. America sits on the greatest treasure trove of natural resources in the world, and a Republican-led energy policy will not squander that. West Virginia knows the difference between good and bad energy policy oh too well. We are an energy state. We've been blessed with a lot of natural resources, and we know that our economy and people's jobs and people's lives and people's families depend on us unleashing that energy. The jobs that President Trump saved, a lot of those jobs were West Virginia energy jobs. So we can get back to a cheaper, more secure, more reliable world by our unleashing of American energy once again. So the Republican solution is America First energy policies that can result in energy dominance and our own self-reliance. No more depending on fuels from dictators who hate America, or no more reliance on green energy from Chinese Communist Party-backed supply chains. So it's going to take an all-of-the-above approach, including opening up projects like our recently just opened the Mountain Valley Pipeline so that we can deliver energy in markets, promoting carbon capture and sequestration to use our vast coal resources, nuclear energy and renewables as the market sees fit, and they're growing. In a few months, I will be chairman of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I cannot stress enough how important these items are to the agenda. My Senate Republican colleagues and I are prepared to bring forward legislative solutions to help fuel American growth. And I hope our Democrat colleagues will join us at moving these solutions forward in the next Congress. On the economy, residents from my state and the entire country are still reeling from the elevated costs on all things, from housing, energy, food, and almost every other everyday essential. Personal finances are stretched so thin right now, For instance, in my state of West Virginians are spending on average an additional $930 a month, or more than $25,000 a year, due to inflation since 2021. Well, actually, that's a total, $25,000 since 2021. The plan to get the American energy back on track is a tried and true formula of energy dominance, repealing burdensome regulations and lowering taxes. It's pretty simple. You should keep more of your own paycheck, and the government should stay out of the way. I'm looking forward to taking up legislation proposed by me and my other Senate colleagues towards these ends, including an extension of the reauthorization of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that we passed in 2017, including some of the most pro-growth tax reform policies that we have seen, as well as other potential budget solutions. Crime and the border go hand in hand. Under President Trump's first administration, both were managed, but now they're not. Look no further than the example of the addiction crisis, a direct product of lawlessness and the free reign of Mexican cartels. Just a few days ago, last Friday, I convened state and community leaders in West Virginia for a summit focused on combating the addiction crisis. The correlation between wide-open barriers and the raging drug crisis was mentioned repeatedly at this summit, especially during the presentation and discussion with our law enforcement panel. Here is the fentanyl crisis by the numbers. CBP seized 27,000 pounds of fentanyl in the fiscal year 2023. That's only a fraction of the real amount that crosses our border. And keep in mind, a minuscule amount of fentanyl can have a deadly effect. Of the over 107,000 drug overdoses that occurred in the United States in 2023, I'll repeat that number, 107,000. That's almost double the size of the capital city of West Virginia and Charleston, where I live. Almost 75,000 of those involved fentanyl. This out-of-control drug trafficking must end. It's a lawless scourge that takes more West Virginians and more Americans. It takes more West Virginians per capita than any other state in the Union. In sheer numbers, the death toll and calamity eclipses any other modern drug epidemic. We know what works because the rise in fentanyl overdose deaths stalled under President Trump. Bottom line, we got to close the border and end the lawlessness. Yet again, Republicans have the roadmap. We did it once, and we can do it again. A heightened sense and appreciation for law and order from the border to the inner cities to everywhere back home will feature prominently in this next Republican administration. President Trump presided over a relatively peaceful period of history unmatched in our national history. After crushing ISIS, the Trump-led world order went largely untested by the world's dictators and demagogues. The same cannot be said about the world today. China manipulates the Biden administration every day while burrowing deep into our critical infrastructure and growing its military. Iran and its terrorist proxies wage war against our ally, Israel. And of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine. This is the world under the Biden-Harris administration's watch. In what seems like the most trying confluence of geopolitical struggles in a generation, America must lead through strength. Indecision and weakness have emboldened our adversaries. Republicans can start the next Congress by restoring deterrence against Iran and reinstating Trump's maximum pressure campaign. We should cut off Iran's funding sources so that they can't continue to support these attacks against our U.S. service members. Just last week, the Houthis fired at least 8 drones, 5 ballistic missiles, and 3 anti-ship cruise missiles against our U.S. Navy ships. It was barely even news. because this is now just a regular occurrence under this current administration. This administration apparently has no clue that our troops are under constant attack on land and sea, since our current vice president in her campaign said that she didn't think any U.S. forces were in combat. America must protect our service members and put Iran on notice that their weapons dealing business is over. More broadly, a unified Republican government will be prepared to restore our military strength, refocus our DoD on lethality, and restock our critical munitions. I've detailed but a few of the ideas and solutions to this dangerous, costly, disordered world that we are inheriting. In a challenge fit for a strong government and even stronger leadership, and it's good that we have a change for who's in charge. Until then, I suggest the best course of action this body can take is to work diligently on the outstanding priorities that we have in front of us. I'm talking about the NDAA, the Defense Authorization Bill, the government funding bills, and the Farm Bill. That way, the next Congress can stand at full attention, ready to advance policies to make our country safer, stronger, and a more resilient place. And with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 weeks ago, President Trump was reelected, and the Senate Republicans reclaimed the Senate majority. As we prepare for the 119th Congress, I join my colleagues today to discuss Republican solutions to the challenges our nation faces. Among these important efforts, we will work with President Trump to unleash more American energy and not only make our country energy independent once again, but actually make the United States energy dominant. We'll do that by cutting the red tape that has handcuffed our energy industry, and instead of strangling regulations, we're going to boost innovation. That's the right kind of approach for energy policy in our nation. Energy security directly impacts our economic and national security. And that's why we must act on day one to reverse the Biden administration's regulatory onslaught. From the very beginning of his tenure, President Biden has sought to curtail American energy. I'd like to take a moment to recap some of these harmful regulatory policies. Just last week, the Biden administration finished implementing a new natural gas tax. Think about that, a tax on natural gas at a time when the country's been fighting inflation. That natural gas tax was authorized as part of the Democrat partisan tax and spend bill. Importantly, I intend to introduce a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval to block the Biden administration's new natural gas tax rule. And we'll work with President Trump to repeal it. Again, this is part of reducing an inflation that affects every single American. This costly tax comes in addition to new burdensome rules and higher fees on federal energy production imposed by the Department of Interior Bureau of Land Management. But the Biden administration isn't just increasing costs for producers. They're working to outright prevent the development of vast amounts of taxpayer-owned energy resources on public lands. This year, BLM issued a new public lands rule enabling radical environmental groups to lock away more of our energy reserves under a so-called conservation leasing approach. In my state of North Dakota, the Biden administration is proposing to close off leasing to 45% of federal oil and gas acreage and 95% of federal coal acreage. Let me repeat that. In my state of North Dakota, we're one of the largest energy-producing states in the country. We're an energy powerhouse for this country. In my state, the Biden administration is proposing to close off leasing to 45% of federal oil and gas acreage and 95% of federal coal acreage. At the same time, the Biden administration's regulatory agenda is making electricity more expensive and less reliable. Think about that. We need more electricity, not less. These policies not only increase the price of the electricity that we get, but it prevents us from producing more electricity. Under President Biden, the EPA has issued overreaching power sector regulations that inflict utilities with billions of dollars in compliance costs. Worse still, these burdensome regulations could force the premature retirement of reliable coal-fired baseload power plants, and we need that baseload to maintain the integrity of the nationwide electric grid. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, and multiple independent grid operators are sounding the alarm of a coming reliability crisis. Each of these actions by the Biden administration were specifically designed to make traditional energy more expensive and to produce less of it. That's why, in partnership with the incoming Trump administration, we will take off the handcuffs of our energy producers and empower them to increase supply and bring down prices for American families and businesses. I'd also like to thank President Trump and offer my congratulations to Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota on his nomination to serve as Secretary of the Interior and the head of the newly formed National Energy Council. The Department of the Interior is incredibly important to North Dakota and western states, overseeing more than 247 million acres of federal land and approximately 30% of the nation's minerals. As governor of my home state of North Dakota, Doug has the right background and experience to lead the Department of Interior and all of the new administration's energy efforts. He's been a great partner as we've worked together to make North Dakota an energy powerhouse for our country, and I know he will bring that experience to bear in a positive way for our country. He understands the importance of productive, multiple use of our vast federal estate for energy development, grazing, recreation, tourism, and all of the multiple uses that we enjoy. I look forward to continuing our efforts together, and he will be in a tremendous position to help us roll back the harmful policies of the last 4 years and unlock our country's energy potential. That means making the best use of our nation's abundant energy resources, including our vast oil, gas, and coal reserves, while advancing new innovations to produce more energy with better environmental stewardship. That's the right way to do it. Like I said at the beginning, we're not just going to make our nation energy independent, we are going to make our nation energy dominant. Madam President, with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Tennessee.
thank you. Are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Thank you, Madam President. After 4 years of Biden-Harris failures, our country is set to make an incredible comeback with Republican control of Congress and the White House starting next year. And at the top of our agenda will be securing the southern border. Until then, though, the Biden-Harris open border remains a threat to our families, our communities, and our country. Congress should waste no time in taking action to protect this nation. Since taking office, the Biden-Harris administration has apprehended, get this number, they apprehended nearly 400 suspected terrorists at the southern border. Now, that's a 3,000% increase compared with all 4 years of the Trump administration. They also released nearly 100 individuals on the terrorist watch list into the country. Unfortunately, these are just the terror suspects that we know about. Under this administration, there have been more than 2 million known gotaways, illegal aliens who have invaded, they have entered this country, they evaded apprehension by law enforcement, and we do not know who they are, we do not know where they have gone, but we know that they are here from the Border Patrol accounts. Now, on top of all of this, 400 suspected terrorists, a 3,000% increase over the Trump years, nearly 100 that are on the terrorist watch list, and the 2 million gotaways. There are more than 1.7 million what are called special interest aliens who have come from countries that pose a national security threat to our nation, including Iran. Of course, this is the same regime that helped plan the horrific October 7th terrorist attack on Israel that claimed the lives of more than 1,200 people, including 46 American citizens. Iran-backed Hamas terrorists also took more than 250 people hostage, including a dozen American citizens, 4 of whom remain in captivity. No one connected to these barbaric attacks should be allowed in this country. Yet, under President Biden and Vice President Harris, that risk remains sky high. Earlier this year, Canada began issuing visas to Gazans with little to no vetting, meaning aliens with potential ties to Hamas could enter our country, not only from the southern border, but also the northern border. Instead of addressing the threat, however, President Biden issued an executive order earlier this year that prevents many illegal aliens from Hamas-controlled Gaza from being deported. A growing terror threat would be bad enough, but under this administration, we've also seen tens of thousands of criminal, illegal aliens reach our border. These are people who have been they've committed crimes, some of the worst imaginable: homicide, sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, and more. As a result of this influx, we're seeing a surge in violent gang activity across America, including my state of Tennessee. Just last week, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation warned that the violent Venezuelan gang we're all hearing about, Tren de Aragua, is ramping up its human trafficking operations in Tennessee's largest cities. This is the same gang that has taken over entire apartment complexes from San Antonio to Colorado for drug dealing, sex trafficking, and other violent crimes. Make no mistake, our country cannot afford 2 more months of this administration's broken immigration policy, which, by the way, that is why you're seeing all this influx. All the numbers we've talked about, the 400 suspected terrorists, the nearly 100 that have been released into this country, 55,000 criminal illegal aliens, people that are convicted of these crimes, 2,200 gang members. Why does it happen? Because this administration's border policy is an open border. That's their policy. And last week, reports emerged that human traffickers and these human trafficking cartels in Mexico, they're telling everybody, you better be running to that border right now and get in before Biden leaves office. Thankfully, the Senate can pass legislation today that would secure our border and protect our country from terrorists and criminals. Here are some pieces of legislation I have. The Prince Act, which I introduced last year, would combat trafficking by giving Border Patrol the authority to fingerprint non-citizens under the age of 14 so we can protect them from being trafficked. The Container Act, which I introduced in January, would empower border states like Texas to place temporary barriers on federal land in order to protect their communities. The CLEAR Act, which I introduced in March, would ensure that state and local law enforcement officials have the tools they need to help the federal government deport criminal illegal aliens. The bipartisan No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorists, which I recently introduced alongside Senator Rosen, who is currently serving as Madam President, would ensure that no migrant tied to Hamas and the horrific terrorist attack on October 7th is ever allowed to set foot in this country. And the bipartisan Border Smuggling Crackdown Act, which I introduced last week alongside Senator Ossoff, would ensure human smugglers are held accountable for every life they endanger. With the growing threat of an illegal immigration surge ahead of Inauguration Day, the Senate should pass these bills immediately and send them to President Biden's desk. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the last 2 weeks, President Trump has started to assemble an incredible team to help get our country back on track starting January 20th. To be sure, President Trump's recent pick to lead the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, will be essential to that effort. As the senior Republican on the commission, Carr has led the FCC's work to ensure that every Tennessean and American has access to high-speed internet regardless of their zip code. In fact, on just about every issue the FCC handles, Commissioner Carr has been a crucial advocate for freedom, internet access, and national security. His track record speaks for itself. Across his 7 years on the commission, he has fought to stamp out internet censorship and to protect free speech, to end the disastrous net neutrality rules that give government bureaucrats needless control over internet carriers, reining in big tech, addressing communist China's threats to our digital infrastructure, and many more issues have been on his get it done list. In the year ahead, I look forward to working with Commissioner Carr on each of these issues, especially on expanding rural broadband, building out a clear spectrum pipeline, and keeping children safe online. On that last issue, I especially appreciate Commissioner Carr's efforts, with 32 state attorneys general urging, begging Congress this week to pass the Kids Online Safety Act. We know there is strong momentum to finally establish safeguards for children online. On this issue and so many more, one thing is clear. Commissioner Brendan Carr is the right person for the job to lead the Federal Communications Commission. I yield my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the past few months, we've heard from both sides of the aisle about how American families need more support. We've heard discussions about the child tax credit, child care costs, and dozens more issues that affect parents and their children. Earlier this year, Senator Vance summed it up nicely. What could be a mission statement for Republicans to use on this issue? He said, quote, "We want to provide more options so that people are raising families in a thriving and happy way in this country." Madam President, my colleagues and I are here today to talk about Republican solutions. And I want to talk specifically about one solution to the family leave problem that has not just Republican, but also bipartisan support. Across America, only 27% of workers in the private sector have access to paid family leave. The other 3/4 have to choose between making ends meet and taking care of their families, whether that's welcoming a newborn or nursing an aging parent. That is not a choice that Americans should have to make. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have proposed a few ideas to solve this problem. Some of them advocate for a new nationwide government entitlement program. Some advocate for a mandate that would force businesses to pay out of pocket for their employees' leave. Neither of those options is practical or politically realistic. Our nation is already trillions of dollars in debt, and a mandate, well, that would squash small businesses that simply don't have the resources to survive while paying an employee who is not at work. But there is a solution, a way to offer employees paid time off without creating a new mandatory program or forcing businesses to suffer huge losses. And what I'm talking about here are the mom and pop businesses, especially Main Street businesses, that maybe they have 1 employee, 2 employees, maybe 5. And we have a solution. There is a way to offer employees paid time off without creating a new mandatory program or forcing those small businesses to suffer losses. We can provide tax benefits to businesses that offer employees paid leave, which will in turn free up resources that businesses can use to pay the salaries of their workers on leave. This is a tried and true method. It works. I know because I've done it before. In 2017, Senator Angus King and I, we created the first nationwide paid family leave policy in the history of the United States. We created a tax credit for employers who voluntarily offer up to 12 weeks of paid leave to their employees, and President Trump signed it into law. But that tax credit, it's going to expire. And it's going to expire at the end of 2025. To ensure that businesses can keep offering paid leave, we need to make sure that we make that credit permanent, as well as make it easier for businesses to qualify for it and to use it. So that's why Senator King and I have again introduced the Paid Family Medical Leave Tax Credit Extension and Enhancement Act. Our bill makes that credit permanent, and it also expands it. It supports additional options for financing paid leave, such as paid family leave insurance. It also allows employers to begin offering paid family medical leave to workers sooner after being hired. Our bill also includes a strategy for educating businesses and employees about the option to receive this credit so that more people know about it. It requires the Small Business Administration and the IRS to conduct targeted outreach and technical assistance for those who need it, which will raise awareness of the credit and expand the number of Americans who have paid leave. This is a Republican solution, and it's one that everyone can get on board with. It already has a track record of bipartisan support here in Congress. And we have the perfect opportunity to pass this tax credit yet again in the new year. As my colleagues on the Finance Committee begin working on tax policy for 2025 and onward, I would urge them to remember America's families. Remember how much they need access to paid family leave. And remember what they voted for this past November: an administration who will look out for parents and for kids. We have a solution for America's paid leave problem. It's just a matter of expanding it and enacting it. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Virginia.
Madam President, I first ask unanimous consent that my legislative fellows, Julia Brunel, Stephen Ramdalal, and Ryan Galler, be granted floor privileges for the duration of their fellowships with my office.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Shortly, I will ask for unanimous consent to confirm Mark G. Eskenazi and Amanda Wood Lehau to serve as members on the Occupational Safety and Health Review Commission. Just a word about the Commission. The Commission is an independent agency that plays a vital role in ensuring safe and healthy workplaces and working conditions for American workers. And what the Commission does is it provides fair and timely adjudication of workplace safety and health disputes between employers, employees, and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. So this independent body adjudicates claims between the federal OSHA, employers, and employees. However, the three-member commission has lacked a quorum since April 2023, which means that for 18 months, they have been unable to adjudicate these claims between employers, employees, and OSHA. Amanda Wood Lehau is a reappointment. She first served on the commission from January 2020 until April of 2023, when her term expired. Mark G. Eskenazi was nominated a few months ago in June of 2024. They both received very strong and bipartisan support in the Help Committee, on which I sit, for their nominations, and I urge my colleagues to join me in confirming these well-qualified candidates, but enabling this important adjudicatory body to have a quorum so that they can take up claims by workers and employers. And so for that reason, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations in block: calendars 374 and 785, that the Senate vote on the nominations in block without intervening action or debate, the motions to be reconsidered, be considered and made laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? The senator from Florida.
On November 5th, the American people spoke and demanded change. They demanded a wholesale revamp and review of the federal government's operations from top to bottom. I am committed to working tirelessly to enact these reforms in Congress, and just as important, to confirming new nominees to carry out the next administration's agenda. President-elect Trump is in the process of selecting his administration even today. It would be a colossal mistake to hamstring him now in the lame duck session, before he has even had a chance to review these nominations. I will be objecting to this unanimous consent request today because we must preserve options for President-elect Trump and his administration to nominate his own choices for this commission and others, not rubber stamp President Biden's and Leader Schumer's preferred candidates on their way out the door. It is important to point out that should these nominees be confirmed, Democrats will hold a 2-to-1 majority over the commission and its decisions, which is something that would only further constrain the next administration's commitment to dramatic and needed change. I look forward to considering nominees to the commission in January, once President-elect Trump has had the opportunity to decide on his nominees to serve in these roles. For these reasons, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
The senator from Virginia.
I do not believe it is President-elect Trump that is being hamstrung by stopping these nominations. It's workers and employers, and unless the President-elect has a current claim pending before the committee. He's not being hamstrung by creating a quorum. The absence of a quorum is hurting American workers, and I regret that my colleague objected. With that, the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we on a quorum call?
We are.
I ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, under the misguided leadership of the Biden administration, our credibility, America's credibility on the world stage has crumbled. Simply put, our friends no longer trust us. Our enemies no longer fear us. The Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan signaled to our adversaries and our allies alike that the United States could not be trusted. With deterrence a mere memory, this gave the green light to Vladimir Putin to continue his ambitions in Ukraine and launch a full-scale invasion after invading Crimea in 2014. This administration took the step further, though, unfreezing billions of dollars in Iranian assets and allowing Tehran to pour even more money behind the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and Shia militias, its terrorist proxies operating throughout the Middle East. And of course, the administration did this with full knowledge of Iran's nuclear ambitions. But they didn't stop there. By removing the designation of the Iranian-backed Houthis as a terrorist group, a decision which the president later only partially reversed, President Biden practically invited them to start attacking international commerce in the Red Sea. The dominoes were set, and now we're seeing them fall. Iran and its proxies have been emboldened and launched the most deadly terrorist attack on the people of Israel shortly after on October the 7th. Then there's North Korea, which has sent more than 10,000 troops to Russia, and some intelligence estimate that they might be willing to provide up to 100,000 soldiers in the coming months as part of Russia's effort to capture Ukraine. Then in the South China Sea, in another part of the world, the People's Republic of China, dominated and run by the Chinese Communist Party, continue to assert excessive and illegal maritime boundary claims, at times using force against our treaty ally, the Philippines, when they've attempted to resupply their ship, the Sierra Madre, near the second Thomas Shoal. So perhaps it should be no surprise to anyone, given the absence of effective by force in 2027, 2 years from now. If China's aggression in the Indo-Pacific goes unchecked, President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party will continue to threaten, intimidate, and ultimately invade China's neighbors. The CCP, Chinese Communist Party, will likely escalate its economic war against the United States by blackballing us from the biggest market in the world and starving our country of critical supplies, including critical minerals. It's no secret that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are now working in concert to undermine the United States and our allies. It is no exaggeration to say we are perhaps at the most dangerous environment geopolitically since World War II. And we know from history that the beginning of wars becomes only clear in retrospect. We know that from the run-up to World War II. This is a dangerous period and environment. So the United States must reestablish deterrence and must show the world that we are serious about confronting these threats and the reality head on. And while I admit this paints a rather grim picture, I'm confident the United States is headed toward a new chapter of peace through strength, as Ronald Reagan said, this time with President Trump as our commander-in-chief. I'm glad to see President Trump has selected military veteran Pete Hegseth as the next Defense Secretary, Representative Mike Waltz as a National Security Advisor, and our friend and colleague, Senator Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State. And I'm proud that my fellow Texan and former colleague in Congress, John Ratcliffe, has been selected to direct the Central Intelligence Agency. I'm looking forward to working with these terrific individuals to reverse the disastrous policies of the Biden administration. But we all have our work cut out for us. But I am confident that in these individuals, President Trump picked the right people for the job. The first and most significant task at hand will be shoring up our armed forces, specifically the United States Navy. A revitalization of the Navy will be critical to deterring Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific, as well as keeping AUKUS, our partnership with Australia and the UK, alive and well. In order to pose a credible threat to the CCP, in order to maintain deterrence, which is our ultimate goal, we need to adequately resource the Navy as well. This starts with our shipbuilding capabilities. Secretary-designate Hegseth should waste no time in working with Congress on a shipbuilding plan. We also stand ready to work with the Trump administration on a plan to reinvigorate our aging shipyards, which are struggling to attract and retain necessary talent. The Pentagon can streamline its specifications for building maritime assets, ensuring that they are linked to warfighting requirements. Another priority must be improving military recruitment. I'm pleased to see Secretary-designate Hegseth's commitment to ending the politicalization of our military. Given the Biden administration's needless focus on what divides us instead of what unites us, it's really no surprise that the number of Americans voluntarily joining our military is at an all-time low. Reducing the diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucracy will have the benefit of freeing up resources necessary to aid recruitment and rebuilding. By ending these culture wars and reorienting the Pentagon toward a commitment to excellence as a top priority, we will be better positioned to recruit a talented military ready to deter aggression anywhere around the world. And the Pentagon must come to terms with our depleted arsenal of critical munitions. This includes replenishing our stock of long-range anti-ship missiles, joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, and the advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles. Secretary-designate Hegseth could do this cost-effectively by returning to policies that the Pentagon has disregarded in recent years. Mandatory fixed-price commercial contracts promote cost savings for the taxpayer. Contrast this with the Department of Defense's current model of cost-plus contracting, which has stifled innovation and allowed private sector contractors to outsource R&D costs to the taxpayer. So we have a lot of work to do as a Congress and as a nation to bolster our commitments to our allies and shore up deterrence against our adversaries. But by reversing the damage done over the last 4 years by the Biden-Harris administration, we will be well on our way to a world where America's friends trust us once again and our enemies fear us once again. I look forward to working with Secretary-designate Hegseth, Secretary-designate Rubio, and President Trump to move this country in a better direction. I am confident that working together with that goal in mind, we can work toward a safer and more peaceful world. Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President,
The senator from Illinois.
are we on a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that Paul Giotto, a State Department Fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the 118th Congress.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today to discuss an issue I've been working on for 23 years, the plight of America's dreamers. I first introduced the DREAM Act more than 2 decades ago with Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, who was then the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. This bipartisan bill would provide a pathway to citizenship for young immigrants who were brought to the United States as children and allow them to remain in this country, the only home many of them had ever known. Dreamers grew up alongside our kids with the same hopes and dreams of getting their first job, their driver's license, even going to college. Many have gone on to serve our nation as doctors, nurses, teachers, engineers, and first responders. Some have shown their loyalty to this country by serving in the armed forces. Yet without congressional action, dreamers spend every day in fear of their lives being uprooted by the threat of deportation. 12 years ago, in response to a bipartisan request from myself and Senator Richard Lugar, President Obama established the DACA program. DACA has protected more than 830,000 young people from deportation, all of whom were brought to this country as children, some as young as a few months old. Now, I realize for many of us the outcome of this month's election was not what we wanted, fought for, or voted for. However, my priority of providing a safe pathway to citizenship for dreamers has not changed because of the election. No matter who sits in the Oval Office, I will work with the President in good faith to help provide these young adults a chance, finally, at the American dream. I'd like to share the story of a talented dreamer. He is willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country. He is the 146th story of dreamers that I've highlighted on the Senate floor. His name is Che Wei Chen, brought to the United States from Taiwan when he was 11 years old. Grew up in New York City and believed in the importance of community and country. Eagerly registered for junior ROTC in high school. Enlisted in the Army in 2016 and earned his associate's degree in criminal justice from Queensborough Community College. He was on active duty for 4 years, stationed at Fort Jackson, which was then known as Fort Lee, before being deployed to countries including Saudi Arabia and South Korea. While he was deployed in South Korea, Chi was able to take his oath of allegiance to the United States and become a citizen. Today, as an Army veteran, he is a proud owner of his own tea shop, creating jobs for others and supporting the local economy. DACA opened a path for Chi and allowed him to pursue the American dream. DACA was always intended as a temporary stopgap until Congress finally got around to fixing this broken immigration system in America. In Chi's case, DACA was the stepping stone he needed to finally serve our nation and reach his full potential. Yet, since President Obama established the program, Republicans have waged a relentless campaign to overturn DACA and deport these dreamers back to many countries they'd never remember. Now this program is hanging by a thread in the courts due to legal challenges from Republican state attorneys general, and DACA recipients are forced to live with uncertainty every day. Last September, a federal judge in Texas declared the DACA program illegal. Though the decision left in place protections for current DACA recipients, it's on appeal. Dreamers live in constant fear that the next court decision will upend their lives. The litigation has also prevented at least 100,000 additional dreamers from registering for the program. Madam President, our military is facing the most serious recruitment challenge in modern time. Only a quarter of Americans meet recruitment standards, but would qualify them to serve in the military without receiving a waiver.
We've seen time and again that DACA holders and dreamers are ready and willing to serve America, risk their lives for this country. But despite the success of veterans like Chi, DACA holders can no longer enlist in the military, even though they went to school in the United States, pledged allegiance to our flag for decades, and know no other country. During his first term, then President Trump tried to shut down the DACA program, but his effort was blocked by the Supreme Court. On a personal note, Madam President, the first time I ever met Donald Trump was just minutes after he'd been sworn in as President of the United States for his first term. I had a chance at a luncheon to walk up and shake his hand, congratulate him, and to ask a question. My question to him is, what are you going to do about the dreamers? What about these kids who are here in the United States, brought here as children, who want to be part of our future? What will you do about them, Mr. President? He said, don't worry, we'll take care of those kids. Sadly, in the 4 years, the first term of President Trump, that didn't happen. The opposite did. Many efforts were made by his Department of Justice and other agencies to stop the DACA program and to stop any effort to create a Dreamers program. That's a sad reality. I urge my colleagues to meet with these Dreamers personally. That's all I ask. Whether you support DACA, support the DREAM Act, meet with them and hear their stories. Understand that decisions were made by their family, which may have violated the law, but they were kids at the time those decisions were made. They have proven with their own personal lives and commitment that they truly want to be part of the future of America. Are we better served because this man decided to enlist in the military and protect our country? Of course. His return to Taiwan would be at the expense of the safety of the United security of the United States. Dreamers like Chi have earned the right to put down roots, start their families, further their education, and continue to contribute to America. It's time for Congress to do something on a bipartisan basis and pass the DREAM Act. It's not only the right thing to do, it's long overdue. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call and
Without objection.
Unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The questions on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Klobuchar, Padilla, and Rosen. Senators voting in the negative: Collins and Lummis. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Romney, no.
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Miss Cinema, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Miss Ernst. Miss Ernst. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to legislative session.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 36B of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 111 relating to the disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 111.
I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of the resolution.
Under the previous order, there will now be 2 hours of debate equally divided between proponents and opponents.
Madam President, thank you very much. And let me thank the leadership for their cooperation in setting up this debate. Today, we will be voting on 3 joint resolutions of disapproval, or JRDs, to block the sale of certain offensive weapons to Israel. These resolutions are S.J. Res. 111, to block the sale of 120-millimeter tank rounds, S.J. Res. 113, to block the sale of 120-millimeter high-explosive mortar rounds, and S.J. 115, to block the sale of JDMs, the guidance kits attached to many of the bombs dropped in Gaza. Madam President, I would note to my colleagues that these resolutions are strongly supported by more than 100 civil society groups, including pro-Israel groups like J Street, some of the largest labor unions in this country, including the SEIU, the United Auto Workers, and the United Electrical Workers, humanitarian groups like Amnesty International and Doctors of the World, and religious groups like the United Methodist Church, the Friends Committee, and many, many other organizations.
And Madam President, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the list of these supporting organizations.
Without objection.
Madam President, I would also point out that poll after poll shows that a strong majority of the American people oppose sending more weapons and military aid to fund Netanyahu's war machine. And I would also mention, interestingly enough, that according to a poll commissioned by J Street, this is a pro-Israel organization, 62% of Jewish Americans support withholding weapons shipments to Israel until Netanyahu agrees to an immediate ceasefire. Madam President, these resolutions are aimed at offensive weapons that have been used to devastating effect against civilians in Gaza and Lebanon. They would not affect any of the systems Israel uses to defend itself from incoming attacks. Madam President, from a legal perspective, these resolutions are simple, straightforward, and not complicated. Bottom line, the United States government must obey the law. Not a very radical idea. But unfortunately, that is not the case now. And every member of the Senate who believes in the rule of law, that our government should obey the law, should vote for these resolutions. The Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act are very clear. The United States cannot provide weapons to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. Let me repeat that, because that is the essence of this entire debate, not complicated. The United States government cannot provide weapons to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. That is not my opinion. That is what the law says. Madam President, according to the United Nations, according to much of the international community, according to virtually every humanitarian organization on the ground in Gaza, Israel is clearly in violation of these laws. Under these circumstances, it is illegal for the United States government to provide Israel with more offensive weapons. These joint resolutions of disapproval are Congress's tool to enforce the law, and that is exactly what we must do. Madam President, it has been more than 13 months since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, an attack which killed 1,200 innocent people and took 250 hostages, including Americans. As I have said many, many times, Israel had the absolute right to respond to that horrific Hamas attack as any other country would. I don't think anybody here in the United States Senate disagrees with that. But Prime Minister Netanyahu's extremist government has not simply waged war against Hamas. It has waged an all-out war against the Palestinian people. Madam President, within Gaza's population of just 2.2 million people, and I want people to conceptualize that, that's about the size of New Mexico.
2.2 million people, more than 43,000 Palestinians have been killed, and more than 103,000 injured, a population of about the size of New Mexico. 60% of those who have been killed and injured are women, children, or elderly people. According to satellite imagery, 2/3 of all structures in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. 2/3 of all structures, think about that. 2/3 of all structures have been damaged or destroyed. That includes 87% of the housing, 84% of health facilities, 84% of health facilities, and 70% of sanitation plants. Right now, there is raw sewage running through the streets of Gaza, and it is very difficult for the people there to obtain clean drinking water. Madam President, every one of Gaza's 12 universities has been bombed. They got 12 universities. Every single one of them has been bombed, as have many hundreds of schools. For 13 months, there has been no electricity in Gaza. Madam President, during the last year, millions of desperately poor people in Gaza have been repeatedly driven from their homes and forced to evacuate time and time again with nothing more than the clothes on their backs. So let's imagine millions of people driven from their homes, told to go here, told to go there, and going from one place to another. Families in Gaza have been herded into so-called safe zones, only to face continued bombardment. They're told to go to this area, and the bombs start falling, and the children start dying. Madam President, the children of Gaza have suffered a level of physical and emotional abuse that is almost beyond comprehension. Abuse that will stay with them for the rest of their lives. These children today, as we speak, right now, are hungry, they are thirsty, they cannot access health care, and all around them, they have witnessed death and destruction. That is what the children of Gaza have experienced, and Gaza is a very young population. And Madam President, as horrific as that situation is, what has happened over the last year, what is taking place today, right now, this moment, as we discuss this issue, it is even worse, if that is imaginable. As a result of Israel blocking desperately needed humanitarian aid, the volume of aid getting into Gaza in recent weeks is lower than at any point since the war began. More aid is needed, less aid is getting through. The result, many thousands of children are facing malnutrition and starvation. Let me repeat that. Many thousands of children today are facing malnutrition and starvation. This is not my observation. This is what the leaders of the 19 most important humanitarian organizations on the ground in Gaza, including the American head of UNICEF, Kathy Russell, and the American head of the World Food Program, Cindy McCain, wife of our former colleague John McCain. That is what they say. According to their recent report, quote, the situation unfolding in North Gaza is apocalyptic. Basic life-saving goods are not available. Humanitarians are not safe to do their work and are blocked by Israeli forces and by insecurity from reaching people in need, end of quote. And they continue. As a result, quote, the entire population in North Gaza is at imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence, end of quote. These are the 19 major humanitarian organizations operating in Gaza right now, including several of the major ones led by Americans. And Israel's recent decision to ban UNRWA, the backbone of the humanitarian response in Gaza, will only make a horrific situation even worse. Madam President, I have met with doctors who have served in Gaza, treating hundreds of patients a day without electricity, without anesthesia, without clean water, including dozens of children arriving with gunshot wounds in the head. I've seen the photographs and the videos, and we have some of them here. I've heard from UNICEF, who estimate that 10 children lose a leg in Gaza every single day. There are now more than 17,000 orphans in Gaza. Madam President, let me quote from a New York Times opinion piece of October 9th, 2024, a little more than a month ago, where American doctors and nurses in Gaza, these are Americans working in Gaza, describe what they saw on the ground. Merrill Tidings is a nurse from New Mexico, and she said, quote, these people were starving. She's talking about healthcare workers, her colleagues. These people were starving. I learned very quickly to not drink in my water or eat the food I had brought in front of the healthcare workers because they had gone so many days without, end of quote, without food, without water. Dr. Nadal Farah from Ohio said, quote, malnutrition was widespread. It was common to see patients reminiscent of Nazi concentration camps with skeletal features, end of quote, Dr. Farah. Abira Mohammed, a nurse from Dallas, Texas, said, quote, everyone we met showed us pictures of themselves before October. They had all lost 20 to 60 pounds of weight. Most patients and staff looked emaciated and dehydrated, end of quote. Dr. Nareen Ahmad from Philadelphia said, quote, every patient I treated had evidence of malnutrition. For example, poor wound healing and rapidly developing infections. Dr. Aman Odeh from Texas said, quote, mothers on the maternity ward delivered prematurely because of malnutrition, stress, and infection. Milk production was poor due to lack of hydration and adequate food supply, end of quote. And Dr. Mike Malott from Charleston said, quote, all of my patients were suffering from malnutrition, 100%, end quote. Madam President, what is important to understand, and I'm not sure that many of my colleagues do, is that the Israel of today that we are dealing with is not the Israel of Golda Meir or Yitzhak Rabin. This is a government now controlled not only by right-wing extremists, but by religious zealots. National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police, has been convicted in Israeli courts on terrorism charges. He's the head of the police. Finance Minister Smotrich, in charge of the occupied West Bank, is also an extreme racist and has called for the expulsion of Palestinians from the land. That is the current Israeli finance minister. Madam President, in January, Prime Minister Netanyahu said of Gaza, and I quote, "We provide minimal humanitarian aid if we want to achieve our war goals," end of quote. At the start of the war, the Israeli defense minister said, and I quote, and I hope people hear this, Israeli defense minister, ex-minister, quote, "We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel, everything is closed," end quote, former Israeli defense minister. That is what he said, and in fact, by and large, that is exactly how this war has been waged. Madam President, what this extremist government has done in Gaza is unspeakable. But what makes it even more painful is that much of this has been done with U.S. weapons and American taxpayer dollars. In the last year alone, the U.S. has provided $18 billion in military aid to Israel. $18 billion. And by the way, a few blocks from here, people are sleeping out on the street. And we have also delivered more than 50,000 tons of military equipment to Israel, 50,000 tons. In other words, Madam President, the United States of America is complicit in all of these atrocities. We are funding these atrocities. That complicity must end, and that is what these resolutions are about. It is time to tell the Netanyahu government that they cannot use U.S. taxpayer dollars and American weapons in violation of U.S. and international law and our moral values. Despite receiving $18 billion from U.S. taxpayers in the last year and being the largest historical recipient of U.S. foreign aid, the Netanyahu government has completely ignored the repeated requests of President Biden and the U.S. government. It is time to make clear to Netanyahu that he cannot take American money, take American arms, and continue to undermine U.S. foreign policy goals. The U.S. government wants a ceasefire for hostage deal. Netanyahu has prevented a deal to preserve his coalition. The U.S. government wants more humanitarian aid to reach the desperate people in Gaza. Netanyahu is blocking that aid. The U.S. government wants to contain regional escalation. Netanyahu has refused diplomatic off-ramps and launched several reckless attacks without consulting the United States. The United States government wants to stop settlement expansion and settle the violence in the West Bank. Netanyahu and his ministers have driven record settlement expansion and armed extremist settlers. The U.S. government wants a plan for post-war governance in Gaza, yet Netanyahu will not engage. And by the way, blocking these sales would also be in keeping with actions taken by some of our closest allies. The United Kingdom suspended 30 arms export licenses after concluding there was an unacceptable risk they could be used in violation of international law. Germany, Italy, Spain, Canada, Belgium, and the Netherlands have taken similar steps. UN bodies have called for an end to the arms shipments fueling the conflict. Madam President, time and time again, I've heard members of the U.S. Senate come to this floor to denounce human rights violations taking place around the world. I've heard well-founded concerns about China's brutal reception of the Uyghur ethnic minority. I've heard rightful outrage about Putin's brutal attacks against Ukraine and bombing of civilian installations. I've heard genuine concern about Iran's outrageous crackdown on peaceful protesters. I've heard repeated condemnations of Saudi Arabia's terrible treatment of women and political dissidents. And on it goes. A lot of folks come to the floor to talk about human rights. and what's going on throughout the world. But what I want to say to all those folks, nobody is going to take anything you say with a grain of seriousness. You cannot condemn human rights around the world and then turn a blind eye to what the United States government is now funding in Israel. People will laugh in your face. They will say to you, you're concerned about China, you're concerned about Russia, you're concerned about Iran. Well, why are you funding the starvation of children in Gaza right now? So, Madam President, we must pass these resolutions from a legal perspective. The U.S. government must obey the law. We must pass these resolutions from a moral perspective. The United States must not provide support to a government which has created one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history. We must pass these resolutions for our own best foreign policy interests. If we do not demand that the countries we provide military assistance to obey international law, we will lose our credibility on the world stage. And with that, Madam President, I would like to yield to Senator Merkley of Oregon.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, in 1978, between my junior and senior years in college, I hitchhiked through Israel and the West Bank. I made Israeli friends. I was invited to stay at a kibbutz. I explored the old city of Jerusalem. I negotiated the ancient tunnel built by King Hezekiah in the face of advancing armies. I climbed the snake path to the top of Masada. I swam in the Sea of Galilee and in the Red Sea and the Dead Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. I was so impressed by the energy for building a new nation, for planting forests, for making the desert bloom with new irrigation systems, constructing cities and roads. And in addition, peace was on the horizon. 9 months before my visit, in November 1977, Anwar Sadat had visited Jerusalem to address the Knesset and pursue a path to peace. And then just weeks after I left, he was shaking hands with Menachem Begin and Jimmy Carter at Camp David, and a peace treaty signed the following year in March. I was all in on America standing in partnership with this new nation, perched on a little sliver of land surrounded by hostile neighbors. And I have voted here in the Senate time and again for economic support for Israel, for military support for Israel. I have believed in the vision that it was the right way to help Israel thrive, the best path to peace and security. If many of us reasoned, if Israel's economy was thriving, their military strength ensured their security, they could with confidence negotiate a secure and peaceful future with their neighbors. They could with confidence negotiate parameters for a Palestinian state so the Palestinians could thrive as well. Not so long ago, just over a decade, I traveled to Israel with former Senators Mark Begich of Alaska and Kay Hagan of North Carolina, and we met around a little table with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And at that time, now 12 years ago, he expounded eloquently on his thesis that the only path for Israel's peace and prosperity was 2 states for 2 people. In the dozen years since, much has changed. Prime Minister Netanyahu has become a public and vocal opponent of a Palestinian state. Israel has engaged in the de facto annexation of the West Bank, land essential for a Palestinian state. They've done this through settlements. They've done this through legalizing outposts. They have created innumerable checkpoints. They have created settler-only roads. In addition, Netanyahu has formed his government now with Bezalel Smotrich as Minister of Finance, someone who said the Palestinian people do not exist and called for a Palestinian town to be erased. And Itamar Ben-Gvir, Minister of National Security, who celebrated Baruch Goldstein's slaughter of 29 Palestinians at the cave of Patriot's massacre in 1994. Today, the policies of the Netanyahu government are very different than the policies 12 years before. Under this government, attacks by Israel's West Bank settlers against Palestinian villages have become more frequent, more violent, and often condoned by the Israeli Defense Forces. Events on October 7th, a year ago, took a terrible turn. Hamas terrorists attacked Israeli communities. They slaughtered 1,200 Israeli men, women, and children. They abducted 240 hostages. And the whole world was with Israel. We recalled 9/11. We grieved with Israel. We grieved with the Jewish communities in our home state. And we defended Israel's right to respond with a campaign targeted at destroying Hamas. But I'm here on the floor today because the way a war is conducted matters. And Israel's bombing campaign, described by President Biden as indiscriminate, has reduced Gaza to rubble and ruin. It has destroyed most of the infrastructure needed for survival: schools, hospitals, homes, the power system, the communications phone system, the internet system, the water system, the transportation system. Most significantly, the bombing campaign has killed tens of thousands of women, children, and seniors. It has seriously injured more than 100,000 more Palestinians living in Gaza. And Israel has chosen to restrict humanitarian aid. The consequences of that are that food and clean water are woefully short, medical supplies are minimal, and the specter of starvation haunts Gaza. The indiscriminate bombing and the obstruction of humanitarian aid violate the laws of war. Now, President Biden and his team have consistently pressed the Netanyahu government to change tracks. They recognize that it's difficult in the setting in Gaza where Hamas embeds itself, but even so have argued to Israel that the campaign against Hamas could be much more targeted, with far fewer civilian casualties. But the Netanyahu government has rejected this appeal. And Biden and his team have pushed to open the gates to Gaza, have Israel open the gates to Gaza, and to massively increase humanitarian aid. And again, the Netanyahu government has rejected this appeal. In mid-October, just last month, Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Austin renewed their appeal. They warned the Netanyahu government that they must increase the amount of humanitarian aid within 30 days to comply with U.S. law. And they wrote in that letter, the amount of assistance entering Gaza in September was the lowest of any month in the last year. They laid out in this letter a whole series of horrific conditions that needed to be addressed, just as they had argued for the same for the previous year. The result of that has simply been minimal to no action. In November, a major evaluation was summarized in a letter by the principals of the Interagency Standing Committee. These are groups like the High Commissioner for Human Rights and Oxfam and UNICEF and the World Food Program headed by Cindy McCain and the World Health Organization. These leaders who have folks on the ground, who have lots of experts evaluating the situation, they recognized this. They summarized it: the situation unfolding in North Gaza is apocalyptic. And they go on to talk about the schools serving as shelters having been bombed, about rescue teams being deliberately attacked, and more. As I described at the start of my remarks, I have, since my first trip to Israel in 1978, been all in on the special partnership between the U.S. and Israel. on economic support, on security support, in the belief that our partnership would maximize Israel's confidence in pursuing peace and security. But the actions of the last decade have shattered that analysis. The Netanyahu government is systematically undermining the possibility of a Palestinian state through its settlement checkpoints, its outposts, its settler-only highways. It is conducting its war campaign in Gaza in a fashion that is producing massive civilian deaths and injuries, conditions that aid organizations consistently describe as the worst they've seen anywhere in the world. I believe that not only is this horrific for the Palestinians, but this is absolutely not in the best interest of Israel's future. The actions of the Netanyahu government are burning through a massive reservoir of goodwill that was overflowing after October 7th. It is undoing the improved relationships with Arab neighbors won through the Abraham Accords. It is damaging because of our connection to Israel through military arms, our advocacy and legitimacy, campaigning for human rights around the world. So I ask you, what do you do when a good friend, a partner, heads off on a disastrous course? President Biden and his team responded by providing proposals and encouragement to get back on course, but those were rejected. So now we must weigh in here in this chamber. And many in this chamber may say, let's just continue the past. Let's not see the horrific circumstances in Gaza. Let's not observe the systematic takeover of the West Bank. Let's ignore all that and continue with this very different right-wing government without ever raising an eyebrow. I disagree. I think that true partners do not stand idly by when their partners go way off track in destructive ways. And thus that we should not continue to provide the munitions that we are voting on today. We cannot remain silent in the face of Netanyahu's strategy. We must not continue to provide offensive weapons that make the United States complicit in the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians, the injury of 100,000 more innocents. Thus, I will choose to honor American law and respect international law and support Israel's best long-term interest to thrive by voting to block these 3 weapon transfers up for consideration today. I was fabulously impressed by Israel when I hitchhiked around the country in 1978, impressed by the can-do spirit, impressed by the future of a peace with Egypt and a possibility of peace with every neighbor. I look forward to seeing that vision of peace and security realized, and my vote today supports that vision. Thank you.
President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. Since Hamas launched the deadliest terrorist attack in Israel's history more than a year ago, Israel has consistently faced a barrage of threats from Iran and its terrorist proxies. Earlier this year, we all saw how Iran launched 2 separate missile and drone attacks directly at Israel. And just this week, Israelis were wounded and killed after Hezbollah launched more rockets at northern Israel. And the resolutions we are debating today would not only hurt Israel's ability to defend itself against these attacks, they would embolden Iran. I will repeat, they will embolden Iran and its terrorist proxies to continue and even increase their vicious and deadly attacks. In doing so, they could prolong this war even further at a time when we are close to securing a deal in Lebanon. I know some on my side of the aisle are going to support these resolutions because they disagree with the current Israeli government. But your decision whether or not to help Israel defend itself and cannot be a political one. Government leaders and politicians, well, they come and go, but our commitment to Israel's security must be ironclad. and restricting much-needed arms to Israel because you don't agree with everything the current government is doing will leave our ally vulnerable to future terror. I'll repeat, governments and leaders come and go. Will our support for our ally remain? Israel has an absolute right to defend itself, and the aid provided by America is critical. I know some of you are planning to vote for these resolutions agree, but you may be worried about the need for these offensive weapons that the resolutions would block, so let me explain. Israel cannot rely on missile defense alone to protect its citizens. It also needs to have the ability to destroy enemy threats before they can be deployed and to respond to attacks that have already been launched. It's this strategy that Israel successfully executed over the last few months in Lebanon, where it has preemptively destroyed Hezbollah rocket launchers just minutes, moments before they were set to fire on Israel. And by providing Israel with these weapons, which are more precise and more accurate, we can actually help it defend itself while also minimizing civilian casualties. I know many of you here are torn. You want to do the right thing. And I'm here to tell you that voting against these resolutions is the right thing. Banning the sale of arms will hurt Israel. It'll send the wrong message to Iran and its terrorist proxies that America is abandoning its ally and that terrorists can now act with impunity. Let me repeat. The message to terrorists will be, again, that they can continue to act with impunity. Terrorists like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and others will continue to receive that message loud and clear, and I can promise you that they will plan accordingly. So if we're serious about preventing another atrocity like October 7th, if we're serious about limiting civilian casualties, if we're serious about sending a message to terrorists around the globe, I urge all of you to vote no on all three resolutions. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the resolutions that we have before us. For 76 years, and by the way, I agree and associate myself with remarks from my friend colleague from Nevada, and not so much with my colleagues from Vermont and Oregon. I respect them individually. I am in opposition to these resolutions before us, and I want to speak for a few minutes as to why. For 76 years, the United States has stood with the State of Israel, our strongest ally in the Middle East. But today, members of this body are sending a message that United States support for Israel is in question. It is not. This comes after a difficult year during which this administration has egregiously undermined Israel's ability to defend itself as it fights a several-front war against Iran and our common enemies. The administration has withheld weapons and ammunition, has issued National Security Memorandum 20, which has held Israel to arbitrary standards and interfered in Israel's domestic politics, all in an effort to placate the far left of the Democratic Party during our own domestic elections. Today, instead of acknowledging that American support for Israel is still strong, these resolutions seek to say that support for Israel has changed. It has not. I know these resolutions will fail, and I hope the world will hear me when I say that the people of America support Israel, full stop. But I think it's important to remember how we got here. This administration foolishly thought we could get along with Iran and beg the Iranians to talk. When the Iranians refused, the administration released billions of dollars in frozen assets in an effort to buy the Iranians off. Meanwhile, the administration reversed U.S. sanctions policies that had cut off the flow of money to the Iranians. The Iranian Ghost Fleet, which Tehran uses to evade sanctions, grew from under 80 ghost ships moving oil to now over 300 ships. Awash with money and knowing the administration would not challenge Iranian bad behavior, Iran knew it could start this war in Gaza without consequences. Rather than focus on Iran's behavior, these resolutions before us today are the predictable evolution of the administration's horrible and failed policies that seek to both appease critics of Israel and isolate the Jewish state in the international community at a time of its greatest need. The departure from the regular process for moving arms sales and the administration's repeated threats to halt assistance to Israel invited these resolutions that are now before us. Withholding arms sales signals to the terrorists that American support for Israel is conditional and encourages Iran's proxies to extend the war in Gaza, further risking civilians, and incentivizes Hezbollah to continue its attacks on Israel from the north. We must stand with Israel as it confronts these threats. Voting in favor of these resolutions would have significant foreign policy implications far beyond the Middle East. U.S. allies across the globe will lose confidence in the U.S. as a dependable security partner. Partners straddling the fence between the United States on the one hand and China and Russia on the other are watching this and watching closely. They will certainly draw the conclusion that the United States is a fickle friend and cannot be relied upon to follow through on its commitments in the hour of their greatest need. To make it worse, these resolutions highlight that instead of confronting our adversaries and their bad actions, the U.S. will instead call on our friends to simply take it and to threaten them if they do not just take it. Support for Israel has traditionally enjoyed broad bipartisan support. I know that is true today. As such, I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no on these resolutions and to deliver a strong voice of support for Israel. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Much. I appreciate it. I want to show my support for what my colleague just said, Senator Risch. It made perfect sense. And this is a consequential vote. We all know how it's going to end. But let me tell you why it's consequential. A lot of people are watching what we're doing here today, and they're trying to get a signal, understand like where we're all coming from. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the idea that if you want to end the war between Israel and the Palestinians, we need to replace Hamas with somebody who doesn't want to kill all the Jews. Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, killing more Jews than any time since the Holocaust. What were they up to? Their pledge to destroy the Jewish state, they're religious Nazis. If you don't believe me, listen to what they've said. It was barbaric. They slaughtered entire families. They decapitated children's heads. They raped women in front of their own family. And they filmed it to create hard hearts throughout the world and the region. The Nazis hid their crimes. Hamas filmed it so you could see it. Why? October the 7th, in large part, not completely, was designed to stop efforts to have Saudi Arabia and Israel recognize each other and virtually end the Arab-Israeli conflict. I've been to the region 7 or 8 times since October the 7th. I went with a group of 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats right after October the 7th to deliver 2 messages. Went to Saudi Arabia, the biggest power in the Islamic world, and I went to Israel. And to our friends in Israel, I said, we will give you, at least from my view, the ability to make sure there is no second Holocaust. And the weapons we provided to Israel has resulted in the destruction of Hamas. There is no way forward for the Palestinians until you reform the PA, which is run by a bunch of corrupt old guys, and make sure Hamas never comes back. The most radicalized population on the planet are young people in Gaza. From the time they're born to the time they die, they're taught to hate and kill the Jews. Look at their education system. How do we change that? Somebody other than Israel has to come in and take over Gaza and reform the West Bank to give the Palestinians a better life. It will not be the United States. We can't do that. It's certainly not going to be Israel. Well, who would it be? It'd be the Arab world. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has a vision for his country and the region that I buy into. We've had our problems in the past for sure. But women can drive, which is a big thing, even though it doesn't sound like it. Women can go out to dinner without a male escort. Doesn't sound like a big thing, but it really is. 38% of the people working in Saudi Arabia are young women. So he has a vision to change his country and to build on the Abraham Accords. President Trump and his team was able to get 6 Arab nations to recognize Israel, the United Arab Emirates and others, which was a huge deal. And we have a chance to build on it. So for the last 2.5 years, I've been going over to Saudi Arabia and Israel, working with the Biden administration to try to build out the Abraham Accords. And the big prize would be have Saudi Arabia make peace with Israel, take over Gaza and the West Bank with other people in the region, and give the Palestinians a better life, rebuild Gaza, create honest government to replace corrupt government, give them sovereignty, self-government, the ability to live dignified lives, and to give Israel security. October the 7th was designed by Hamas to stop what was imminent. I'm here to tell you that in October, before October the 6th, by the way, there were discussions about how to roll out the normalization deal. Along comes October the 7th. Ever since that day, we've been dealing with this horrible situation. The rape and torture and destruction of 1,200 Jewish people, the response by Israel that's resulted in thousands of people being killed, a lot of terrorists, but a lot of children, a lot of innocent people. There are a lot of photos being presented. I want to introduce 2 photos, unanimous consent if I may. This is a photo of Hiroshima, 2 photos actually. This is what happens when you drop a nuclear weapon on people. It's not good. Now, why did we do that? After Pearl Harbor, we and the civilized world went to war against the Nazis and Imperial Japan. Millions of people lost their lives. But it was the goal of the United States to defeat Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, and we're able to do that. Out of the ashes of that terrible, horrible war, we now have 2 democracies. Japan and Germany are good allies of the United States. They're productive members of the international community. It took a generation plus to change the radicalization of the German population through the Nazis, and the same in Imperial Japan. What will happen is if we can find normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, there will be hope for the Palestinians I have not seen before. Those who want a 2-state solution, we've got to sit down and talk about how you do that after October the 7th. But I do believe without resolving the Palestinian issue where the Palestinian people have a hopeful life versus a glorious death, we'll never move forward. I really do believe after October the 7th, Israel needs security more than ever. What's the key? The Arabs. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBZ, and the United Arab Emirates, I think, hold the key to this. If we could create a political horizon over the arc of time for the Palestinians that you will have self-governance, that you'll be independent, and convince the Israelis that this new entity will not threaten you, there can never be another October the 7th, then we're well on our way to a new region. This resolution today, no matter how sincere, undercuts all this. Israel has had to respond to an attack that was the most vicious since World War II against the Jewish people. I blame Hamas more than any other group about the loss of life in Gaza because they used their own people as human shields. This commitment of the United States to give Israel what they need to win a war they can't afford to lose has to be uncompromising. But what's not uncompromising is the day after. We're getting to the point now that with the destruction of Hamas, we've got to think about how can we prevent them from coming back. Israel cannot occupy Gaza. The West Bank needs to be reformed, but it has to be done with the Arab world leading the charge. So what I'd like to do with President Biden before he leaves office is work with President Trump, the incoming president, and President Biden, the outgoing president, to find a solution. Can we lock down a normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel that protects Saudi Arabia, a defense agreement with the United States, so they'll be in our column and they will have an antidote to Iranian aggression? And can we, as a part of that, create a political horizon for the Palestinians to have hope where there is despair? Yes, we can, but now's not the time to send this signal. This signal will be seen by the enemies of Israel and the enemies of peace as if they just stick with it, they will win. If you want peace, you have to destroy those who hate peace. This is not a Bibi problem. This is a problem where their Islamic terrorists, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, want to kill all the Jews, not just Bibi. Now, why do they want to do that? They're religious Nazis. I don't know why Hitler wanted to kill all the Jews, but he did. So the Ayatollah has a couple things in mind. The purification of Islam, which means that Sunni Islam will bend to his will. If you don't believe me, ask the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The other goal is to destroy the Jewish state and to drive us out of the Mideast. The religious doctrine of the Shiites in charge compel them to kill all the Jews. It's a commandment from God. Here's what I know. That's not what Islam teaches most Muslims, but they believe it. And when we ignored Hitler, we did so not only at our own peril, but the peril of millions of people. What have I learned from history? When someone threatens to kill you because you're of a particular race or religion, you should take that seriously. So how do we end this conflict? We end this conflict with the complete decimation of Hamas, a plan for the day after that will replace Hamas in Gaza, reform the PA, try to get a ceasefire in Lebanon, and reduce the impact that Hezbollah has on the Lebanese people. All of the Shiite, Iranian-backed militia have as their goal disruption, upheaval, and tyranny. They want to control the region and remake it in their own image. Look what they're doing in Syria, look what they're doing in Yemen, look what they're doing in Lebanon. We have a historic opportunity here to give Israel what they need to finish the war they can't afford to lose, come up with a day-after plan that would replace Hamas with a better life, try to get Lebanon in a better space, and build on the Abraham Accords. This effort by my colleagues undercuts all of that. You have every right to say anything you want to say in this body, but I've been there a lot, and none of you have gone with me. Making peace is hard. We haven't done this together. I've been with Senator Van Hollen to Israel. I've been to Senator Van Hollen before in the region. I think he wants to help the Palestinians, and I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I just think there's an opportunity here. And it's not about Bibi, folks. It's about a strain of Islam that will kill every Jew, including Bibi, and come after us unless they're defeated. So my goal is not only to reject this idea, but to work with President Biden and President Trump and their teams before the next president takes office, to have a day-after plan that will allow Israel to withdraw, and there'll be no more October 7th, and allow Gaza and the West Bank to be rebuilt with dignity and hope. That is my goal. This resolution undercuts my goal. I would urge you to vote no. And I will be going back next week to Saudi Arabia. And I'm going to keep working with the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration to the last hour, to the last minute of the last day to find a solution. And I would end with this. If we fail to find a day-after plan that allows Israel to withdraw and be secure, and fails to deliver a political horizon for the Palestinians, God help us all. This will repeat itself. Iran will come back. Hezbollah and Hamas will reemerge. We have a moment in time to change the region and change the world, and I would ask all of us to seize that moment, and this resolution is counter to what I'm trying to achieve. So I would urge a no vote, because peace and a dignified life for the Palestinians rest with a viable day-after plan. And what is the proper response to people who want to kill you and your family and destroy your way of life? I can tell you what the United States did. We went to war. We dropped 2 atomic bombs to end a war we couldn't afford to lose. What is the right response to those who want to kill all the Jews? Make sure they don't have the capability to do it. Thank you. Yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I rise in support of the joint resolutions of disapproval that the Senate is considering today on the sales of certain offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government. And to be clear, I do not support an arms embargo on Israel. But I do believe that the United States should pause the delivery of offensive weapons until the Netanyahu government meets the requirements of U.S. law and policy with respect to the delivery of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza and the use of American weapons there. So this is not about abandoning support for Israel. This is about making sure American support for Israel complies with American laws and policies and values. We would not be on this floor considering these resolutions if that was happening today. And these votes will be the one opportunity that members of the Senate have to send that message. And I urge my colleagues to support them. Following the Hamas attacks of October 7th, I have, as probably every senator has, supported Israel's right to defend itself, in fact, argued that they have a duty to defend themselves and end Hamas's control of Gaza, and I am steadfast in that support to this moment. There must be no more October 7th. At the same time, U.S. taxpayer-funded assistance should not come in the form of a blank check, even to our closest allies. We need to ensure that U.S. interests, values, and priorities will be respected by foreign governments that receive U.S. assistance. That is why our security assistance to many countries includes various conditions to encourage progress on human rights. In some cases, as in the case of Ukraine, we have limited the use of certain systems to align with U.S. national security interests. In other cases, including even some NATO allies, we have prevented the transfer of certain advanced weapon systems when our policy goals do not align. The one minimum standard that we must apply to all recipients of American security assistance is compliance with American laws. And it is compliance with that minimum standard that we're talking about here today. Nothing more, nothing less. And the Netanyahu government should not be exempt from that universal requirement of American law. the United States has provided billions and billions of dollars of American taxpayer-financed bombs and other offensive weapon systems, but we've seen Prime Minister Netanyahu repeatedly violate the terms of American security assistance, disregard U.S. priorities, and ignore our requests, only to be rewarded by more bombs and more money. That pattern undermines the credibility of the United States around the world and creates an unacceptable double standard that our adversaries are exploiting. Two of the conditions that every recipient of U.S. security assistance must meet are: one, they must facilitate and not arbitrarily restrict the delivery of humanitarian assistance into war zones where those U.S. weapons are being used, war zones like Ukraine and war zones like Gaza. And two, they must use American-supplied weapons in accordance with international humanitarian law, which was well developed after World War II, and what Senator Graham spoke to. The Netanyahu government is violating both of these requirements in Gaza. And by refusing to take action, the President and the United States are complicit in those violations of American laws and American values. Let's look at the unacceptable restrictions being placed by the Netanyahu government on the delivery of humanitarian aid to desperately needed civilians in Gaza right now. It has been well documented that there was some improvement in the delivery of humanitarian supplies in Gaza last April, around the time that the Biden administration had to submit the NSM 20 report to Congress. But since then, aid levels have been on a downhill slide and then a precipitous drop. And the cumulative impact of severe restrictions on the delivery of humanitarian aid has worsened an already catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, and Senator Sanders spoke to the conditions there. In fact, that's why President Biden directly called on Prime Minister Netanyahu to increase aid to Gaza on many occasions, most recently in an early October call. And that's why on October 13th, Secretaries Austin and Blinken expressly reminded Israeli government officials in a letter that I have here of their obligations under U.S. and international law. They specifically cited Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act and National Security Memorandum 20 to facilitate and not arbitrarily restrict the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Here's what our two secretaries wrote in that letter. Quote, "We are particularly concerned that recent actions by the Israeli government, including halting commercial imports, denying or impeding nearly 90% of humanitarian movements between northern and southern Gaza in September," and then they go on to list a number of other things, are, quote, "contributing to an accelerated deterioration of the condition in Gaza." And then Secretaries Austin and Blinken laid out a series of key measures against which they said the United States was going to measure the Netanyahu government's compliance. They mentioned enabling a minimum of 350 trucks per day to enter Gaza. They mentioned instituting adequate humanitarian pauses across Gaza to enable humanitarian activities. They said they mentioned reinstating a minimum of 50 to 100 commercial trucks per day. They had a long list of items. So what do 8 very respected international NGOs that conduct humanitarian relief in Gaza and monitor it have to say about whether those conditions were met? Well, they've compiled a scorecard. I've got it right here. And what they say on the specific items I mentioned was that the Netanyahu government failed. In fact, the overall report card concludes Israel fails to comply with U.S. humanitarian access demands in Gaza. In fact, they determined that not only did the Netanyahu government, quote, fail to meet U.S. criteria that would indicate support to the humanitarian response, but concurrently took actions that dramatically worsened the conditions on the ground, particularly in northern Gaza. They said the situation is even more dire today than a month ago. In other words, because of those actions that were taken, the situation was worse than when Secretary Austin and Blinken sent their letter. Indeed, an independent Washington Post analysis found that, quote, Israel has largely failed to comply with the 3 demands of the U.S. letter, unquote. In that November 12th Washington Post article, they also pointed out the following, and I quote, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has refused to publicly disavow the plan which calls for the military to take control of the north by starving the civilian population and treating everyone who remains as combatants, unquote. The story goes on to say, and I quote, the IDF says it has been given no such orders and is focused on dismantling Hamas, but the ongoing military operation in the north appears to have much in common with the strategy, unquote. It's called the general's strategy. A leading Israeli newspaper, Haaretz, editorialized with the following headline, Netanyahu's ethnic cleansing in Gaza is on display for all to see, unquote. That is a view that's also been echoed by many Israeli human rights organizations, and I commend them on all the work that they do every day. And I find it extraordinary that so many of our colleagues come to this floor to talk about human rights abuses across the world. They cite Human Rights Watch, they cite Amnesty International, but when it comes to those organizations writing reports about human rights violations conducted by the Netanyahu government, oh no, they run away from that. So let's look at what others have said in terms of monitoring the situation right now in Gaza. On November 1st, the principals of the Interagency Standing Committee, the leaders of 15 UN and humanitarian organizations, including the World Food Program, Executive Director Cindy McCain, and UNICEF Director Catherine Russell, 2 American leaders of those organizations, said, and I quote, the situation in northern Gaza is apocalyptic, unquote. And they say, quote, the entire Palestinian population in North Gaza is at imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence. Humanitarians are not safe to do their work and are blocked by Israeli forces and insecurity from reaching people in need, unquote. They say, quote, rescue teams have been deliberately attacked and thwarted in their attempts to pull people buried under the rubble of their homes, unquote. And yet, we keep sending more bombs. In that statement, the UN and humanitarian leaders also issued this call, quote, member states must use their leverage to ensure respect for international law. That includes withholding arms transfers where there is a clear risk that such arms will be used in violation of international law, unquote. So let's look at the use of American weapons. In its May 20th NSM 20 report to Congress, the Biden administration concluded, and I quote, it's reasonable to assess that defense articles covered under NSM 20 have been used by Israeli security forces since October 7th in instances inconsistent with international humanitarian law obligations or with established best practices for mitigating civilian harm. And in that report, and I urge my colleagues to look at it, the administration identified a sampling of cases of civilian harm incidents where U.S. weapons were used, and they said there's some ongoing investigations, and we're still waiting for answers from the Netanyahu government. Well, just a few weeks ago, there was a report that we now have 500 cases of civilian harm where U.S. weapons were used under review. And if you look at the most recent letter from Secretaries Blinken and Austin, you will see that they reference at the bottom of their report the following. And I want to read this because their letter says, quote, lastly, it is crucial that our governments establish a new channel to raise and discuss incidents of civilian harm. Our previous engagements have not achieved the necessary outcomes. We request the initial virtual meeting for this channel to be held by the end of October. This is more than a year into the war. And here you have the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State saying they're not getting enough information from the Netanyahu government. to be able to make decisions about whether or not U.S. weapons have been used in violation of international humanitarian law. And yet, despite not getting that information, the administrations continue to send those taxpayer-financed offensive weapons. And it's very clear that the Netanyahu government continues to conduct operations in Gaza in a way that results in large numbers of civilian casualties. And I think our colleagues know that the fact that Hamas violates international law and does despicable tactics by operating from amongst civilians does not absolve Israel or any other country involved in that kind of situation of the duty to avoid civilian harm and avoid the destruction of civilian infrastructure. Since President Biden's recent call with Prime Minister Netanyahu last month, we have seen continued high rates of civilian deaths, and human rights organizations continue to document cases of weapons being used in violation of international humanitarian law. Now, Madam President, that October 13th letter not only warned the Netanyahu government about unacceptable restrictions on humanitarian aid in Gaza, and not only warned them about illegal use of American weapons, they also raised two other issues. One, they said that Israel is required by international law to allow the International Committee of the Red Cross access to Palestinian prisoners who were detained without any charges. And yet, despite them sending the letter, no change there. And that means over 3,000 Palestinian prisoners who have been in prison without charge under administrative detention are not, the ICRC does not have access to them. They also warned in their letter about pending legislation before the Knesset that would cripple UNRWA. And here's what Secretaries Austin and Blinken said. They warned that, quote, enactment of such restrictions would devastate the Gaza humanitarian response at this critical moment and deny vital education and social services to tens of thousands of Palestinians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which could have implications under relevant U.S. law and policy, unquote. Within days of the United States government sending that letter, two bills were passed by the Knesset to ban UNRWA. So what we see, Madam President, is a continuing pattern. President Biden makes certain demands that are routinely ignored without consequence. In fact, they're rewarded. And this is an ineffective use of American leverage to accomplish our policy goals and ensure that American law is abided by. I want to just mention a couple others, and Senator Sanders referenced them. But we know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly obstructed President Biden's plan for a ceasefire and the return of hostages. Both in Washington and Israel, I've met with families of hostages who are experiencing unthinkable pain. I just met with the father of a soldier who is being held right now in Gaza as hostage. They have stressed that Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly obstructed President Biden's plan to bring home their loved ones. In fact, in his farewell address just 2 weeks ago, former Israeli Defense Minister Gallant noted that one of the key disagreements leading to his firing by Netanyahu was over, quote, our moral obligation and responsibility to bring our kidnapped sons and daughters back home as quickly as possible, with as many alive as possible to their families. He went on to say, based on my role, experience, and the military achievements of the past year, with a clear-eyed view of reality, I state that this is an achievable but involves painful compromises that Israel can bear and that the IDF can deal with. This is and will not be any atonement. There is and will not be any atonement for abandoning the captives. This is former Defense Minister Gallant fired by Netanyahu. I heard Senator Graham speak a lot about the day after plan. Well, President Biden has proposed a day after plan. It's to have a reformed Palestinian Authority form the nucleus of governance in Gaza. And indeed, the Netanyahu government, led by Smotrich, not only opposes President Biden's plan, but they have worked to systematically weaken the PA by withholding tax revenues that it collects on behalf of the Palestinian people. What's more, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly rebuked President Biden's call to create a path to a two-state solution, even bragging that he had long blocked that outcome, something I heard Senator Graham refer to something that was needed. So the Netanyahu government has refused to comply with other requests as well, trying to change rules of engagement on the West Bank in order to prevent the killing of innocent civilians, including the deaths of some American citizens. And contrary to longstanding policy in American governments, Republicans and Democrats alike, about not having expanded settlements in the West Bank, something Secretary Blinken said agreed was inconsistent with international law, we've seen a record number of settlements forwarded by the Netanyahu government. In fact, one when Secretary Blinken was there in Israel. So, Madam President, the issue here is not whether or not the United States is supporting Israel. The issue is whether or not, as we provide that support, we have a two-way street. A partnership should be a two-way street, not a one-way blank check. And at a minimum, the Netanyahu government should comply with American law, as we've talked about today. And when they're not, we have an obligation to the American people and American taxpayers to make sure that we withhold that support until Netanyahu comes into compliance. That's what we're saying here. Just meet the requirements of American law. And all of us have an obligation to American taxpayers to make sure that we are not complicit in violating American law, and American values. So, Madam President, that's why I encourage my colleagues to support these joint resolutions, to send that message. This is the one opportunity we have to do so. And I yield back.
Senator from Vermont.
I decide.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I rise today to voice my strong opinion to Senator Sanders' attempt to cut off United States military support to our friend and ally Israel. Now, I don't dare denigrate my colleagues' intent here or the motives, but I believe the effect is reckless, and I believe it's dangerous. And I believe it will lead to the loss of even more lives. We need to remember some basic facts about the difference between the two sides of the conflict here. Israel is Middle East's only democracy. They've been a force for stability in the region that is historically beset by chaos. They've been America's strongest friend in good times and bad. Israel is an unmistakable force for good. And then you have the terrorists of Hamas. I mean, even their founding charter, it calls for the destruction of the state of Israel. Hamas's largest benefactor, Iran, it lends its material and financial support to this cause each and every day. They intentionally target civilians. They target civilians. They fire rockets into crowded markets. And they preach not just death to Israel and to the Jewish people, but death to America. And then came October 7th. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched an unprovoked and deceitful series of terrorist attacks inside Israel. The level of barbarism that we witnessed was nothing short of evil incarnate. The mass slaughter of innocent civilians, unmistakable and unspeakable violence against women, children, and the elderly. It was the deadliest massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. These crimes against humanity were also visited upon American citizens as well. Hamas murdered 46 Americans. They kidnapped 12. 7 U.S. hostages, 7 U.S. citizens remain hostage in Gaza. The state of Israel has every right to root out the genocidal terrorists who committed these acts and eliminate the threat once and for all. Israel is carrying out this military action with precision, thanks in part to munitions from the United States. For example, one of the systems that we sell to the Israelis is tail kits with GPS receivers. These kits convert or unguided free fall bombs instead into precision guided bombs. Put simply, these kits turn dumb bombs into smart bombs. But Senator Sanders' proposals blocking the sale of these systems to the Israelis, and apparently Senator Sanders would prefer that Israelis use less accurate weapons to eliminate terrorists. Now, it doesn't take anything more than common sense to realize that this would make collateral damage even more likely. In Senator Sanders' zeal to undermine our ally, he would make it more likely that Palestinian civilians who Hamas intentionally uses as human shields, that civilians could be killed. The bottom line is this: cutting off U.S. support for an ally in their time of need is just unbecoming of our country. To hamstring the very nation trying to defeat the perpetrators of the October 7th carnage is insulting to the Americans who were murdered and those who are still held hostage. It's just wrong in every conceivable way. All of these resolutions should be soundly rejected, and this body should stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel as they take the fight to Hamas. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I come to the floor to speak on the resolutions we will be voting on shortly, to share why I strongly oppose them. Israel is surrounded by enemies dedicated to its annihilation, from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis to most threateningly of all, Iran. These threats, sadly, have been around for a long time and will persist for many years into the future. Israel needs to protect itself, not just today, but also tomorrow and next year and beyond. It has been a cornerstone of American policy to give Israel the resources it needs to defend against its enemies. We should not stray from that policy today. Many of the arms sales in question today will not reach Israel until years from now. We have no idea what kind of threats Israel will face by then. It could be an even more emboldened Iran, or a strengthened Hezbollah, or some other threat. There are few, if any, who imagine the barbaric assault perpetrated by Hamas on October the 7th. The twisted and hateful ideology that underpins that violence from places like Iran will sadly continue in the region for some time to come. Israel will need to be fully prepared to face those threats. So voting to block assistance today could well very embolden Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran and endanger Israel's security on into the future. I know there are many in this chamber who have been strongly critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu's policies. I am certainly one of them, as I've made clear right here on the Senate floor, where I clearly stated the urgent need to diligently pursue a two-state solution. I've also made clear that Israel must do more to reduce the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza and do much more to get humanitarian aid to where it is urgently needed. However, our security assistance to Israel transcends any one prime minister or any one government. This is about Israel's long-term security and honoring a cornerstone of United States policy that we will give Israel, a democracy and a steadfast ally, the resources it needs to protect itself in a difficult world. There are ways to express criticism and to work on addressing these criticisms without impacting Israel's security. So this is why I will be voting no. Again, while it is perfectly legitimate to objections with the Netanyahu government, and I know many of my colleagues wish to express their disapproval, I believe these resolutions are the wrong way and the wrong strategy to voice those objections. I vote no and urge others to do the same.
Madam President.
From Vermont.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the Majority Leader, not only for his leadership on this issue in his straightforward, direct embrace of the cause of Israel, but also your openness for a debate in the Senate about what is the best pathway forward. And Madam President, I also want to acknowledge that I had to listen carefully to the words of Senator Schumer, Senator Rosen, Senator Budd. They have given eloquent arguments in favor of opposing this resolution. And they've raised the question that I've had to ask myself. Can I, as a United States Senator, who is a strong supporter of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, can I, as a United States Senator, who is absolutely appalled at what Hamas did on October 7, can I, as a United States Senator who attended a presentation by the Israeli embassy that displayed the horror of the rapes and the assaults on women who were taken captive, and can I, as a United States Senator who believes in a two-state solution, vote in favor of stopping the delivery of offensive weapons for Israel to use in Gaza? And my answer is yes. And it's for two reasons. First, we're into our 14th month in Gaza. And what has happened is over 43,000 people have been killed. Many Hamas, including the Hamas leadership, has been killed. Good riddance. But many, many thousands of innocent Palestinians, including women and children, have been killed. Over 100,000 have been maimed and injured. 60 to 70% of the structures in Gaza have been destroyed. That includes the schools. Young Gazans have not been in school for 14 months. Hospitals have been destroyed. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is unparalleled, and it's being inflicted on innocent Palestinians. There's a second reason that I am going to support these joint resolutions. I believe the continuation of the military action in Gaza is not only jeopardizing what hostages still are alive, but it can only make Israel weaker, not stronger. Their own recently fired defense minister said there is no further military purpose of offensive action in Gaza. If there is no further reason for offensive military action in Gaza, why is there a need for the United States to be providing more offensive weapons for the Netanyahu government to be used in Gaza? That's the question we face. We talk about the signals that will be sent to Hamas, to Iran, to Israel. There's another reality that can't be escaped, and it isn't answered by inquiring as to what, quote, signals are being sent. It is what is going to happen to these kids, what is going to happen to these families that are continuing to live under bombardment, where they can't be safe anywhere, in part because Hamas will go anywhere they can to try to use them as human shields. But even without that, being told that they can be safe here, but then bombed and being told they can be safe there, many of these families have been dislocated 6 to 7 times. The humanitarian catastrophe is grinding on. It comes, of course, at a cost, enormous cost to Palestinian families. It's come at a cost to the state of Israel, which we support, with their further isolation in the international community. So, Madam President, the question before us is, what's the right thing to do? Not just by way of limiting and hopefully ending the humanitarian catastrophe, but what is the right thing for the United States to do with its ally Israel in pursuit of the two goals we have always had with Israel, and that is to advocate and defend and support Israel as a democratic, secure Jewish state, and because we believe this is important to make that happen, that we have an independent, secure Palestinian state, a two-state solution. So the question that I have is, will U.S. arms to be used offensively in Gaza at this time and with this government enhance American policy that has been the policy of the United States through Republican and Democratic administrations? And Madam President, the answer I have come to, the judgment I have come to as a United States Senator, is that it would harm our goals for that Jewish democratic state, for the easing of humanitarian suffering, for compliance with international law in the Leahy Law, and for what is the goal that has to be the touchstone of our policy, and that is doing everything we can to achieve a two-state solution for a secure, democratic, independent Israel and a secure, disarmed, not armed, Palestinian state side by side. Madam President, I intend to support these resolutions, and I yield back.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following colleague from my office, Mr. Jamison Sheehan, be granted floor privileges until November 21st, 2024.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senator Welch is my friend, and he's very eloquent. And I just listened to his eloquent remarks in support of Senator Sanders' resolution. And Senator Sanders is my friend. But he's wrong. He's wrong. Senator Welch talked, as he should have, about the right thing to do. The right thing to do and the smart thing to do is not to pass Senator Sanders' resolution. I don't know why this is, Madam President. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. But there are some people in this world. They're not mixed up. They're not confused. They're not sick. It's not that their mama or daddy didn't love them enough. They're just bad people. And they hurt other people. And they take other people's stuff. Why? Because they can. And some of them are running countries. And they hate America. They hate Americans. They want to kill us and drink our blood out of a boot. That's just a fact. Now, you do not have to be Einstein's cousin to see what's going on in the world. President Xi in China is working with President Putin in Russia, who is working with the Ayatollah in Iran. Sometimes they allow Kim Jong-un from North Korea to come along, but mostly as a mascot to get them coffee. President Xi's running the show, but that doesn't mean that President Putin in Russia, and especially the Ayatollah in Iran, are not right there by his side.
And what is their objective? Their objective is to have Russia dominate Central and Eastern Europe. Their objective is to have China dominate the Indo-Pacific, about which I'll speak in a moment, and to have China dominate sub-Saharan Africa, and to have China have the ability to roam free in South America. And their objective is to have Iran, the Ayatollah, dominate the Middle East, which is it has done until Israel decided to fight back, which it has done through Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels. Now that's just a fact. And one of our best friends in the world, maybe on some days our only friend in the world, Israel. Patient people, principled people, but realistic people. They have decided to stand up to Iran. And in standing up to Iran, we're finding out very quickly they're also standing up to China and Russia. But I'll save that subject for another day. They have decided to stand up to Iran. They have beaten Hamas in Gaza. They're beating Hezbollah in Lebanon. They had to do it despite the obstacles thrown up against them every step of the way by President Biden and Vice President Harris. And if we support them, Israel will beat the Ayatollah in Iran. Israel will cause a regime change. Because I can tell you, the people of Iran, not its leadership, the people of Iran are fed up with their leadership. We have a duty, not a legal duty, a moral duty to support our friend Israel. We've agreed to do it, but beside that, we have a moral duty to do it. And my friend Senator Sanders' resolution would turn our back on one of the few friends that I think America, real friends that America has in the world. And it would precipitate a foreign policy crisis. I don't say these words very often, but we ought to listen to the words of my friend Senator Schumer, who's going to vote against Senator Sanders' resolution. Senator Schumer is right. Even a blind hog finds an acre now and then. Senator Schumer is right. We need to defeat this resolution. It will precipitate a foreign policy crisis. And it's not the only one we would have in the world. I want to talk for just a few minutes about another crisis that's going on quietly as we speak. This is the Indian Ocean, Madam President, as you well know. One of the most important parts of the world. Here's China. Here's India. China's trying to dominate all of these sea lanes for military reasons and for commercial reasons. Here in the middle of the Indian Ocean is a group of islands called the Chagos Islands. You may not have heard of them. I hadn't before I was alerted to this crisis. America has a military base in the Chagos Islands. Chagos Islands, there are about 60 islands, 40 to 60 islands. One of the islands is called Diego Garcia. And we built a military base here. And it is not just any military base. It is an extraordinarily important military base. Our military base is one of the few in the world where our military can reload submarines. Hugely important. Our military base on Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, houses a number of Navy ships. Our military base there houses long-range bombers that we use to carry out missions around the world. Now, we in the United Kingdom, I'll explain why the UK is involved in a moment, we have to work hard every day to police our military base, not just the base itself, but the land, or rather the water surrounding it, because China knows how important this military base is to the security of the world. China is constantly sending craft trying to spy on our military base there. And we and the United Kingdom, again, I will mention in a second, explain in a second, the United Kingdom's relevance, are constantly having to patrol and fight off the espionage of China. In fact, China has breached the security of American military bases over 100 times in the last few years. They're very aggressive. Now, why am I talking about this military base? Because President Biden and Vice President Harris, as we're all working here, trying like a bunch of ants in a sugar bowl, trying to wrap up our work for the year, President Biden and Vice President Harris are giving away this military base. They're giving it away. The Chagos Islands is a territory of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom gave America permission to build our military base here. Now, the Chagos Islands has a rich history. It has a relationship with another island in the Indian Ocean, Mauritius. And I mention that because to understand what's going on, you have to understand the relationship. Mauritius and the Chagos Islands used to be partners. The Chagos Islands were what is called a dependency of Mauritius. And Mauritius, many, many years ago, beginning in 1715, was a colony of France. And while Mauritius was a colony of France, Mauritius established a relationship with the Chagos Islands. And then, beginning in 1814, France said, look, we're going to cede Mauritius and now the Chagos Islands, where we have our military base, to the United Kingdom. And they did. Mauritius and the Chagos Islands, 250 years ago, they might have been close, but they're not today. They don't share the same culture. They don't speak the same language. They don't visit each other. In fact, many of the people from Chagos lived in the United Kingdom over here. But here's what President Biden is doing and Vice President Harris. They say we need to grant independence to the Chagos Islands, but not let the people of the Chagos Islands run their country. We need to give the Chagos Islands back to Mauritius. Why? I mean, no offense, but that's cell deep stupid. Why do Mauritius and the Chagos Islands don't have a relationship anymore, and we've got a military base here? I'll tell you why. The United Nations, and particularly the International Court of Justice, which has no jurisdiction over the United States of America and has no jurisdiction over the United Kingdom, which currently controls the Chagos Islands. They have scolded the United Kingdom. They said the United Kingdom is a colonizer. And the United Kingdom, the people of the United Kingdom are bad people. Now remember, this is coming from the United Nations. This is the same United Nations that has the following countries on its Human Rights Council: Somalia, Iraq, Venezuela, China. That's who thinks we ought to get rid of this military base. Okay, I mean, this is not some act of justice here. But in any event, the United Nations is saying, United Kingdom, you bad people, give the Chagos Islands back. But not let the Chagos Islands be free. They want to give the Chagos Islands back to Mauritius. And President Biden could stop it. And so could Vice President Harris. But they're for it. All in an effort to curry favor with the people at the United Nations, who walk around with their NPR tote bags and their organic broccoli and have great relationships with members of the media who they think write history. Why on God's green earth would we do that? Why? China, of course, is delighted. Why is China delighted? Now, the United Nations says, okay, well, we don't want to be too mean-spirited here. The America can keep its military base for 99 years, but you got to sign a lease, and we got to start paying Mauritius to stay there. China says, fine, that sounds good to us. Why? Because number one, China's already started currying favor with Mauritius. And number two, Mauritius will now be in charge of the security of the Chagos Islands and our military base and the waters surrounding it. China, Xi Jinping, he's as happy as a gopher in soft dirt. He'll be hacking the Mauritius security as soon as the trade is made. Now, President Trump, I hope you're listening to this. My good friend Senator Rubio, soon to be Secretary of State, I hope you're listening to what I'm talking about. What we're debating today is important. I don't mean to say that. And I'm not kidding you. I'm not going to bubble wrap it. If Senator Sanders' resolution passes, it will precipitate a foreign policy crisis. But this foreign policy crisis is being perpetrated or prosecuted right now, and it's another foreign policy crisis, and it's going on, all because President Biden, and Vice President Harris want to appease the United Nations and China. And President Trump, please, pretty please with sugar on top, pick up the phone and call the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and say, don't sign that treaty. Don't give away the Chagos Islands. Don't give away America's military base. Don't do it. If we object, they won't. If we don't say anything, they will. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, over the past year, we have used our voices and influence to press for the protection of civilians in Gaza, for access to vital humanitarian assistance, to bring home the hostages, and to end this conflict. We all know that it's our responsibility to do more, Israel's responsibility to do more, and the international community's responsibility to do more to protect innocent victims. But even as we work to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, we must be clear about our commitment to our long-standing bipartisan commitment to the State of Israel. It's been the bedrock of our foreign policy in the Middle East, a special relationship that was established in 1948 when President Truman, against the advice at that time of the State Department, because there were more Arab states than just one Israel, but against the advice of his State Department, President Truman recognized the State of Israel immediately after the United Nations vote. And that special relationship is based upon two countries, Israel and the United States, both democracies, shared values. We share intelligence information, military information, and much, much more. That special relationship is important to Israel, and it's important to America's national security interests. We both benefit from it. Part of that special relationship is the United States is committed to making available to Israel the military arms it needs in order to defend itself from the dangers in the region. We have mutual adversaries, Iran and its proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many others. The threats are real. The adversaries are not just Israel's adversaries, they are our adversaries. Now, to the three resolutions that we have before us, and how does that relate to this issue? Senate Joint Resolution 111 deals with tank munitions. Now, Mr. President, these tank munitions have a delivery date 3 years from now. These are replenishments. This is so Israel has the capacity to defend itself against the future threats that we know are in the region, that are real. It's not engaged in the current conflict in Gaza or Lebanon. It's for Israel's ability to defend itself against the threats that are real in the region. Senate Joint Resolution 113, mortar munitions. Delivery date about 1.5 years from now. Again, it's for the replenishment of their supplies. Is to make sure that they're not caught in a situation where they can't defend themselves against future threats. This is the wrong vehicles for expressing ourselves in regards to the conflict that exists today. But if we are going to talk about the conflict that exists today, then the spotlight should be on Hamas, not Israel. The third resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 115, the JDAMs. This one I really don't understand. These are precision kits that go on munitions. They're not the munitions themselves. And without the JDAMs, the precision of the munitions is not as great. What does that mean? It means it has a much higher likelihood of missing the target. Collateral damage, civilians killed and injured. So it's counterproductive to the safety of the communities. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to prevent Israel from having the technology to have precision use of its munitions. To me, that makes no sense at all. But as I pointed out, the spotlight should be on Hamas. Why are we in this conflict? October 7th, brutal attack by Hamas. We don't hear a lot of talk about that. The hostages. We talk about the release of the hostages. They never should have been taken. Why? Where's the outrage in the international community? Where's the outrage here about Hamas holding hostages, some of whom are Americans? That's where the outrage should be. Hamas uses human shields. Yes, we bereave the loss of innocent life, but Hamas makes it much more likely there's going to be the casualties of innocent life. They embedded themselves in hospitals and universities and make it so much more difficult for Israel to conduct a military campaign. Why isn't the focus on the terrorists? And then there's humanitarian assistance. We've heard from our own State Department people as recently as today that the challenges for humanitarian assistance is made so much more difficult because of Hamas using it as a weapon to deny its own people humanitarian help, making it extremely difficult for the deliveries to take place. So, Mr. President, I am somewhat confused. I don't understand these resolutions as furthering the cause for what the sponsor has indicated. The sponsor says that he disagrees that blocking these offensive arms sales will only embolden terrorist organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah, as well as their sponsors in Iran. But if the U.S. Senate fails to provide the support to Israel now, what else would our adversaries believe? This would be a sign of weakness in our resolve to fight the terrorism in the region. It would be a gift to Iran. And let me talk about the cost. You hear a lot about taxpayer costs. Canceling these contracts, they have cancellation clauses. This will cost the taxpayers money, not save the taxpayers money. But I want to talk lastly about the timing of this. And I want to talk about, let me quote from the message we received from the Biden administration. These resolutions are particularly untimely and counterproductive as we are working to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon. U.S. officials are in Beirut now working to finalize this deal, a deal that is only possible because of the military pressure Hezbollah is under. Disapproving arms purchases for Israel at this moment would jeopardize those talks and put wind in the sails of Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas at the worst possible moment. Mr. President, these resolutions should be defeated. As the administration has said, we urge you to oppose the JRDs, which will prolong the wars, not shorten them, put Israel at risk, and inject wind in the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they're facing an historic low point and looking for a deal. I urge my colleagues to reject all three of these resolutions. Let us continue to work together for peace in the Middle East. Let us work and isolate the terrorists in the region, Iran and its proxies. Let's work with our allies and partners in the region to do exactly that. Let's not make the matter worse by calling into question our commitment to make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself against the future threats that are in that region. I yield the floor.
President. Senator from Vermont. Let me begin by pointing out, although it may not be obvious here in the Senate, that poll after poll shows that a strong majority of the American people oppose sending more weapons and military aid to fuel Netanyahu's vicious and destructive war machine. And I would also add, because some of this has come up, that according to a poll commissioned by J Street, a pro-Israel Jewish organization, 62% of Jewish Americans support withholding weapons shipments to Israel until Netanyahu agrees to an immediate ceasefire. And let me just mention a few of the organizations who think that the time is now to stop giving money to Netanyahu, to ignore America's laws and our values. Some of the major trade unions in America, the SEIU, the United Auto Workers, United Electrical Workers, Amnesty International, the Arab American Institute, the Association of U.S. Catholic Priests, the Friends Committee on National Legislation, Oxfam America, the Episcopal Church, the United Church of Christ, the United Methodist Church, General Board of Church and Society, the American Baptist Churches USA, the Global Ministries of the Christian Church. These amendments, these resolutions have strong support all across this country by people who understand that we cannot continue to fund the horrific war machine and the atrocities that Netanyahu is committing. These resolutions come down to a few basic points. First of all, should the United States government obey the law? And the law is very clear, is that we as a government cannot fund other countries who are in violation of international human rights or who are blocking humanitarian aid. Now, if somebody here wants to come down and say, I don't like that law. The United States government should give money to any government they want, no matter what they do, no matter how atrocious their behavior is, come down and change the law. But that ain't the law now. The law is based on moral principles that says when the United States provides military arms, those countries that receive those weapons cannot violate international human rights and cannot block humanitarian aid. And that is precisely what Israel is doing. That's not me who says that. That is what virtually every humanitarian organization working in Gaza right now says. So if you believe that we should obey the law, you got to vote for these resolutions. Number two, from a moral perspective, we cannot turn a blind eye to one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the modern history of this world, a humanitarian disaster that we are significantly funding. My colleagues, as we speak, thousands and thousands of children in Gaza are starving to death. In an area of 2.2 million people, 43,000 are dead. Over 100,000 have been injured. We cannot turn a blind eye to that humanitarian disaster caused in part by U.S. financial support to Netanyahu. And thirdly, I heard about the United States' role in the world. Well, I will tell you that our role is significantly diminished if we continue to support Netanyahu and this humanitarian disaster that is currently taking place. What is the moral standard that we have to critique other countries? How do you critique Iran for their terrible human rights record? How do you critique China or Russia for their terrible human rights records? Because if you get here on the floor of the Senate and you make that critique, people around the world will laugh at you. And they will say, don't give us advice, don't criticize us when you have supported the mass starvation of children with your taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. President, this is a very important vote. It's an important vote because it tells the world that we will not continue supporting a government which violates American law, which violates international law, and which violates the humanitarian standards that I would hope every member of the Senate upholds. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Without objection. Questions on the motion to discharge?
Ayes.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, thank you, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Heinrich, Kane, King, Ossoff, Sanders, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Hassan, Klobuchar, Langford, Rubio, Tester, and Thune. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Daines? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Paul? No. Ms. Sinema? No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Cardin? No. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Moran, no. Oop. Ms. Warren, aye. And you're Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Young, no.
Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Haggerty. No.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
The yeas are 18, the nays are 79. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 36B of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 113 relating to the disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 113, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale of the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services.
I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of the resolution.
Without objection, under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes for debate, equally divided.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
The law is very clear. This is not a complicated issue. U.S. weapons cannot be provided to countries who violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. It goes without saying that Israel had a right to defend itself from the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th. But Israel did not have the right to kill 43,000 Palestinians and injure over 100,000, 60% of whom are women, children, and the elderly. It did not have the right to destroy Gaza's infrastructure, healthcare system, schools, and university. And it certainly does not have the right to starve thousands and thousands of children in Gaza. The United States cannot be complicit to these atrocities. We cannot give billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government and have them defy U.S. law while they take U.S. money. I urge a yes vote on this resolution.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
In opposition to the resolution, and let me just cite the views that we received from the administration, which we urge you to oppose the resolutions, which will prolong the wars, not shorten them, put Israel at risk, and inject wind into the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they are facing an historic low point and looking for a deal. This resolution only will prolong the war. It will put Israel at risk in fighting our mutual enemies, and I would urge my colleagues to reject the resolution.
The question is on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Kane, King, Markey, Sanders, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Britt, Cardin, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Ernst, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Kelly, Lee, Padilla, Hall, Reed, Risch, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Tester, Tuberville, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Stabenow? No. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no.
Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Butler, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Cinema, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Deans, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Thune, no.
The yeas are 19, the nays are 78. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Madam President, pursuant to Section 36C of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 115 relating to the disapproval of the proposed license amendment for the export of certain defense articles, defense services, and technical data to Israel.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 115, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed.
I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of the resolution.
Without objection. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes for debate equally divided.
Thank you. Two basic points. First one is the same point that has to be made over and over again. What we are doing is in violation of the law. U.S. weapons cannot be provided to countries who violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. According to all of the international humanitarian organizations on the ground in Gaza right now, that is exactly what Israel is doing. So a no vote is to allow us to continue breaking the law. Second point, this one deals with JDAMs, which are systems that make bombs more precise. And on the surface, it sounds, well, that's a good thing. You don't want...
Order, please.
You'd rather use smart bombs than dumb bombs, and when you do that, you save civilian lives. The problem is that what Israel has been doing is using JDAMs to target UN schools packed with displaced people, target refugee centers, and kill large numbers of innocent people. So a smart bomb does not save civilian lives when it is directly targeting civilians. I would ask for a yes vote on this resolution.
Does anyone seek time in opposition?
Madam President.
The senator from Maryland.
In opposition to the resolution, quite frankly, I'm perplexed with this one. Because as the sponsor indicated, we're talking about the guidance systems on munitions, which makes it precise. And despite what the sponsor of the resolution says, Israel targets military targets of terrorists. Yes, Hamas makes it more challenging by where they locate the targets, in hospitals and schools, etc. But without the guidance system, there's going to be greater civilian losses. So if you're concerned about humanitarian issues, I don't know how you can possibly vote for this resolution. In addition, of course, as the administration pointed out, they oppose this resolution because it would prolong the war, not shorten it, put Israel at risk, and inject wind into the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they're facing a historic low point. and looking for a deal. I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution.
The question is on the motion to discharge.
Nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Thank you. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen. I got you. Thank you. Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Heinrich, Kane, Sanders, Schatz, and Van Hollen. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Budd, Butler, Cardin, Carper, Cassidy, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Johnson, Lummis, Moran, Ossoff, Paul, Peters, Reed, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Tester, Thune, and Tuberville. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Casey? No. Ms. Collins? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 17, the nays are 80. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to. The senator from Kentucky.
I move to proceed to calendar number 566, Senate Joint Resolution 117.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 566, SJ Res 117, relating to the disapproval of the presidential report with respect to the indebtedness of the government of Ukraine.
Under the previous order, there will now be 1 hour for debate, equally divided.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, yesterday marked a somber milestone. 1,000 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. Over 1 million lives have been lost or wounded, a staggering human toll. Yet instead of seeking a path to peace, the Biden administration is choosing escalation. Billions of taxpayer dollars have been funneled into this conflict with little or no oversight and no end in sight. It's as if writing blank checks has become our primary foreign policy strategy. This has extracted a huge human cost. Just days ago, President Biden authorized Ukraine to use American-provided long-range weapons to strike inside Russia. Let me repeat that. We are now enabling attacks using U.S. weaponry inside Russian territory. When I first saw the headline, I didn't believe it. I hoped it was maybe a joke or fake news. It was neither. It was real. Now, this is not a step toward de-escalation. Nothing could be further from that. In fact, this is a dangerous provocation, one that brings the United States perilously, unacceptably close to a direct conflict.
Please.
Unacceptably close to a direct conflict with a nuclear-armed adversary. In response, Russia has updated its nuclear doctrine, lowering the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons. This, Madam President, is not a game. The rounds are live and flying, and I would add, deadly. The specter of nuclear war is now looming larger than it has in decades. Yet the administration seems undeterred, even willing, as if eager to risk U.S. security for the sake of scoring one last cheap political point against the incoming Trump administration and the American people. Now, in the twilight of its tenure, the Biden administration is quietly attempting to forgive half of Ukraine's economic and aid package from the last supplemental appropriations bill, a whopping $4.7 billion given away for free if President Biden has his way. The American people are being deceived by the Biden administration. Americans were told Ukraine would repay that sum when this bill passed. In fact, that's part of how they got it passed. It was, you might say, a without which not of that bill's passage. Now, they're being stuck with the tab. Now, let's be clear. Forcing the American people To pick up this tab removes an essential point of leverage for the U.S. to bring Ukraine to the negotiating table. It prolongs a bloody war. It drains our own scarce, precious resources and gives Ukraine a freebie we don't extend, even to our closest allies, all without accountability or a strategy that prioritizes America's interests first. But it's worse than that. It does so in a way that puts us in the firing line of a nuclear-armed adversary. Moreover, a significant portion of this sum was allocated to fund the salaries of President Zelensky and Ukrainian bureaucrats. What kind of message does that send? At a time when American families are pinching pennies because we've spent money we don't have, causing us to just print more money, causing every dollar the American people earn to buy less. It's absolutely unconscionable that their hard-earned tax dollars are being used to underwrite the administrative costs of a foreign government and the salaries of foreign bureaucrats, all in a way that makes us less safe, all in a way that puts us in a precarious position we haven't faced since most of us were children. Our constituents are tightening their belts and making tough decisions about health care, education, and basic necessities. Yet we're being asked to finance the operational expenses of another nation's government? Madam President, we have a duty, a solemn duty, a sacred duty to our constituents to ensure that their hard-earned money is spent wisely and ethically, and at a minimum, not in a way that makes them less safe, not in a way that paints a target on their back for an adversary with nuclear weapons. We certainly have a constitutional duty to prevent unnecessary escalation that could lead to catastrophic consequences. And we have a duty to uphold the will of the American people who very recently, just over 2 weeks ago, voted for a different president with a different foreign policy, one that works for the American people and not against them. Instead, as a final parting gift, and yes, I use that word very, very euphemistically, the Biden administration wants to saddle the American people with a tab that they don't want, that they never agreed to, that they expressly rejected at the ballot box, and that they cannot afford. That's why I stand in full, wholehearted support of Senator Rand Paul's joint resolution of disapproval to block this misguided, dangerous, reckless wealth transfer to a corrupt foreign government. I call on all of my colleagues to do the same. We need to halt this dangerous path and give the incoming administration every tool to pursue a strategy that prioritizes peace and America's interests. The American people have spoken and resoundingly and with good reason rejected the policies of this administration that escalate conflicts and prolong wars. The American people deserve better. They should expect more. They strive and yearn for peace. Rand Paul's measure would help advance that. Doing nothing would impair it. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise not in response to the senator from Utah or to address the matter being raised by Senator Paul, but to address the resolutions that were debated previously with respect to U.S. policy in the Middle East. And Mr. President, in 1982, as Israeli forces pursued the PLO deep into Lebanon, President Reagan was angered by what he viewed as excessive civilian casualties resulting from the Israeli bombardment of Beirut. Concerned by the suffering of innocent civilians and its impact on American diplomacy, not only did President Reagan personally call Israeli Prime Minister Begin and demand a halt to the bombing, and the bombing reportedly stopped within hours. But the American president then blocked the provision of cluster munitions to Israel out of concern that their use by the IDF was killing too many innocent people. President Reagan imposed conditions on the provision of U.S. arms, using leverage to influence the conduct of an ally. He took those steps to protect innocent life and to defend what he perceived to be America's interests. And Israel, faced by President Reagan's ultimatum, adjusted its policy to accommodate America's demands. The United States remained Israel's closest ally, and the world kept turning. This story is not a perfect mirror image for the agonizing situation we face today and have faced since the despicable Hamas attacks of October 7th. Today, Israel faces a multi-front assault by Iran and its proxies, while the war in Gaza has devastated the territory's civilian population. But I tell this story, Mr. President, to remind my colleagues that in the pursuit of America's national interests, to use the leverage that comes with the provision of arms, as President Reagan did in 1982, is not just sometimes necessary, it's expected and appropriate. The United States is and will remain Israel's closest ally. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. But no foreign government is simply entitled as a matter of right to American weapons with no strings attached. No foreign government, no matter how close an ally, gets everything it wants, whenever it wants, to use however it wants. It is entirely appropriate for the United States to insist that foreign powers use American weapons consistent with our interests, our values, and our laws. And to insist otherwise weakens American foreign policy and undermines our ability to protect the interests of the American people. And to impose conditions on the provision of certain weapons to an ally, when necessary, is not a betrayal of that alliance. It is the pursuit of our national interest. Again, President Reagan understood that in 1982. So let's apply the principle to the present moment. In November of last year, I addressed the Senate on the war in Gaza. In the aftermath of the October 7th attack, affirming Israel's right to defend itself, to wage war against and defeat its enemies. And I affirmed, as I do again today, America's enduring support for our ally. I also urged that Israel respect American requests to reduce unnecessary civilian casualties in Gaza, to provide safe passage for food and essential medical supplies, to clearly define Israeli objectives, to present a credible plan for Gaza's future governance, and to prevent atrocities by Israeli extremists in the West Bank. These requests of the Israeli political leadership have been made not just by me and many others in the Senate, but repeatedly by the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the President over the past year. That Israel take these reasonable and necessary steps has been and remains in America's national interest. No one in this body or the American government has suggested that Israel lay down its arms and be overrun, or that Israel does not have a right and indeed an obligation to defeat its enemies and defend its people. Rather, the United States has insisted that Israel's conduct of the war respect our interests and our values, the interests and values of Israel's closest ally. And yet, for the most part, this insistence has been ignored. The United States has been ignored in part because the Israeli Prime Minister is beholden to cabinet ministers in Mr. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir who insist there be no deviation from policies that are gratuitously brutal, even over American objections. We should be disgusted by the spectacle of Israeli extremists running amok in the West Bank, sometimes with the protection of Israeli security forces, shooting and maiming goat herders and olive farmers and burning and seizing their land. And the American people are rightly horrified by the lack of sufficient concern for innocent Palestinian life that has left so many children unnecessarily dead in Gaza, without limbs or riddled with shrapnel. As I said on the floor last year, no one should be naive to the inherent risk to civilians that comes with warfare in a place like Gaza against an enemy like Hamas. Tragically, horribly, fighting terrorists in a dense urban environment makes civilian casualties inevitable. And yet the evidence that force has repeatedly been applied with reckless disregard for the innocent is too credible for us to ignore. We are talking about precious, innocent children and other innocent civilians who might otherwise be alive or without grievous wounds today. And Mr. President, these things aren't just horrific, they're inconsistent with America's national security interests. Yet we seem to have forgotten that we have the power to influence our allies' conduct, and that we can do so without betraying our ally. It's often said that our efforts to influence close allies are best done in private and, where possible, done gently, and I agree. But in this case, that has not been sufficient, nor have heartfelt public statements and harshly worded letters been effective. So what would President Reagan do? Judging by his actions 40 years ago, I think he would judiciously use the power that comes with our provision of weapons in order to shape Israel's conduct. Some have taken to the floor tonight to argue that holding up 2 or 3 arms sales today would have been an abandonment of our ally, leaving Israel naked and undefended in the face of Iranian aggression. And that's nonsense. The question on the floor today was not whether to shut off military support for Israel. The resolutions we debated accounted for less than 5% of American arms that will likely flow to Israel over the next 3 years, and most of the shipments debated will not even arrive until 2026 or 27. Bipartisan American support for Israel's non-negotiable right to exist and to defend itself is rock solid. Had these resolutions passed, however, perhaps Israeli politicians would have received the necessary message that has so far been disregarded, which is, yes, defend yourself. Yes, defeat your enemies, but have mercy for the innocent, restrain your own extremists, and respect the interests of the United States. The realization that every shipment is not simply available on an unlimited basis with no strings attached might have resulted in changes to Israeli policy that would reduce civilian suffering and support America's regional and global interests, as he believed it would when President Reagan used American power in 1982. I remain steadfastly committed to the U.S.-Israel alliance, and I also believe we must be willing to say no, even to our closest friends, when we believe it is in America's national interest. And I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 117, the motion to proceed, and I rise as the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to relate to our colleagues why I'm against this resolution and how we got to this vote. This body passed aid to Ukraine by a 79-18 bipartisan vote. It approved the necessary funding for Ukraine to be able to defend itself against Mr. Putin's aggression, Russia's aggression. And it allowed us, with our coalition partners, to be able to have a unified front against Russia's attempt to change borders by force. Now, that legislation included the authority to the president to forgive and cancel debt. That's what President Biden did under the authority given to him by a 79-18 vote in this body. The president executed that authority, and yes, the Senate has the opportunity by a resolution to override that. But I would urge my colleagues to remember why we voted by a 79-18 vote on this floor to help Ukraine. Ukraine is the front line in our defense for democracy. No one believes that Russia would stop if Ukraine were to fall with just Ukraine. We know that Russia has its eyes on Moldova and Georgia. We know the Baltic countries are very much in the eye of Russia. Poland is concerned, and Europe is concerned. It's in our national security interest to make sure that Russia's aggression in Ukraine is stopped and Ukraine's sovereignty is protected. Now, Russia is not alone in this. There is an alliance developing of autocratic states against our democratic systems of government. Russia is getting help from the People's Republic of China. They're getting direct help from North Korea. They're getting weapons from Iran. They are getting help from these autocratic partners. We are literally fighting for our democratic way of life. It's not just Europe that is of concern. If Ukraine were to fall, it makes it much more likely that the People's Republic of China would think that they could take over Taiwan, and the West would just let them do that, and China could very well try to take that over by force. So there's a lot at stake here. Now, Ukraine is footing the burden. It's their soldiers that are on the battlefield. They're devoting 100% of their ability to the war effort. And they're asking us to help make sure that their economy can perform. So this debt relief goes to maintain their economy, to maintain their energy and agricultural sectors. And it would unlock IMF, International Monetary Funds, to Ukraine without cost to the American taxpayer. This debt relief makes sense from so many different points. To protect Ukraine's ability to keep its economy moving so they can pursue their defense of their nation, that we have an ally and friend that stops the aggression of Russia and says no to the alliance that's being formed against democratic states. It's a very small price for us to pay to maintain our democracy and to prevent the need for American soldiers fighting on foreign soil. I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this year, we passed a bipartisan national security supplemental that included crucial economic aid to Ukraine, which was structured as a forgivable loan. The Senate vote was overwhelmingly and bipartisan, 79-18. That's because there is wide understanding on both sides of this aisle that support for Ukraine is an investment in our own national security interests. And that includes the economic support in that package, because while weapons are important, the costs of war are not just measured in arms, and the burdens are not only borne by the military. There are day-to-day government functions that must continue to support the war effort and for the sake of the very families and communities Ukraine is fighting for, and that includes work to defend and repair critical infrastructure, roads, bridges, energy, water, work to fight off cyber attacks and corruption which threaten to weaken critical functions of government, work to support the energy and agricultural sectors that are crucial to Ukraine's economic stability, not to mention the global food supply. And there's work to make sure first responders can keep doing their jobs, mental health and support services that can reach veterans, internally displaced families, and others in need. And teachers and schools can keep supporting kids, which is the future of every country. These investments are crucial to Ukraine's future and its resistance of Putin's invasion. And given how important those investments are, it's worth noting that these dollars came with 3 layers of oversight and audits to make sure they are being used as intended. The vote today is a test of whether we truly understand what is at stake here, not just for Ukraine, but for America's strength as a global leader. It is a test of how closely we stand by our allies in their times of need. Our adversaries are watching for us to fail. They are hoping to tell everyone, watch out before you accept any help from the U.S. They are hoping allies start doubting our promises. They're hoping other countries start second-guessing whether to build stronger ties with America. They are hoping we weaken our position in the world and weaken Ukraine in the process. We cannot let that happen. I urge my colleagues to send a message. American leadership is strong, and our support for our allies is unwavering, and it is in our own national security interests. I urge all of them to join me in opposing this joint resolution of disapproval. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Here we go again with the Ukraine first, America last policy. Earlier this week, President Biden delivered a report to Congress informing us that he now intends to forgive or cancel $4.65 billion worth of U.S. loans to Ukraine. Now, you might ask yourself, when were these loans issued? Oh, about a month or two ago. Well, when does Ukraine have to pay back these loans that we're forgiving? Well, they made an agreement to start paying them back in 40 years. President Biden is forgiving loans that aren't due for 40 years. This makes a mockery of the entire charade that this is a loan. They should have just said it was a gift. A forgivable loan? It's not even a loan. It's not due for 40 years, and we're forgiving it now. These funds were provided by the American taxpayer in the form of loans with the expectations that they would be repaid. We're not going to wait any period of time. They weren't even going to be repaid for 40 years, and we're forgiving them. That is a sick joke, and a sick joke on every American who's got a loan at the bank for their house that has to pay their mortgage every month, and yet Ukraine's never going to have to pay their loans. Seems like this is Ukraine first, America last. We've got a $36 trillion debt in our country. We're paying $1 trillion in interest. We can barely keep up. We're not keeping up with all the things we've promised Americans: Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, all the things that have been promised. We're $2 trillion short. So what do? We're just shipping billions to Ukraine. About $200 billion has been sent so far. Such blatant disregard of American citizens is unacceptable. The joint resolution of disapproval that I put forward today provides the Senate an opportunity to prevent the president from doing this, from canceling this debt, from making a mockery of the idea that it was ever a loan. We will not stand idly by as the president elevates the interest of a foreign country above our own. And let me remind President Biden that due to his failed policies over the last 4 years, Americans across this country are struggling with their loans. Today, some 37 million Americans live under the poverty line, including 9 million children. 50% of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck. And yet the concern is for the loans of a foreign country that will never be repaid, that we're not even going to begin to be repaid for 40 years. This is an insult to every American who has a mortgage that they have to pay. 8 out of 10 Americans who earn less than $50,000 a year are unable to cover their future bills until their next paycheck arrives. Americans living paycheck to paycheck, and we're shipping this money to a foreign country. They'll never be asked to repay it. In 40 years, if they were somehow gloriously successful again, 40 years from now, they're still not going to be asked to pay this. Americans are working 2, sometimes 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And while millions of Americans work day in and day out to pay off their own personal loans, President Biden wants to forgive Ukraine's economic loans without any debate. This was rushed forward. I was fortunate enough to get 16 colleagues to allow this vote to happen, but they didn't want this vote to happen. They gave us a short window, and boom, it's going to be gone. They don't want a discussion about how obviously insulting this is to every American to do this. The American people have been more than generous when it comes to supporting Ukraine. In the nearly 3 years of this war, Congress has appropriated nearly $200 billion in aid. For 3 years, the American people have been sold the lie that if we only send tens of billions more of their dollars to Ukraine, that Ukraine would be able to push Russians out, secure the 2014 borders, and achieve victory in the battlefield. It won't happen. The president of Ukraine, the generals of Ukraine, the people who have followed this situation all agree the war is at a stalemate. Trillions of dollars more will only lead to more carnage in the battlefield, and it won't achieve victory. These assertions were always farcical, as they failed to contend with basic battlefield realities. Despite massive assistance provided by the United States and others, Ukraine is no better off now than they were 3 years ago. It is arguable that their ability to negotiate, as they've lost more land to Russia, is actually that their leverage for negotiation with Russia is less than it was when the war began. In fact, Ukraine is now in worse negotiating position because they've likely incurred hundreds of thousands of casualties and now face a critical manpower shortage. That shortage is becoming impossible to ignore as Russia consolidates its gains and continues to make progress across eastern Ukraine. Americans may be surprised to discover that their aid has not, in fact, shifted the war in Ukraine's favor. They may also be surprised to learn that much of the money Congress sends to Ukraine isn't actually being used to support Ukraine's military. While American families struggle to put food on the table and keep the lights on, U.S. taxpayers are paying for the salaries of thousands of Ukrainian bureaucrats. Their pensions, we are paying for their teachers. Do our teachers make enough money? Probably not. But I'm guessing if you ask an American teacher, should we be paying the salaries of Ukrainian teachers, you might get a debate. We're paying their health workers' salaries, their first responders. We're buying seeds and fertilizer for their farmers, and we're bankrolling Ukrainian small businesses. A report conducted earlier this year found that 43% of small businesses in America were unable to pay their rent in full and on time in the month of April. Yet, we're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine to subsidize their small businesses. A report by CBS News discovered that U.S. taxpayers are helping a Ukrainian knitwear company find new international companies overseas. Oh boy, we're helping Ukrainian businesses expand overseas. But we don't even need independent journalists to highlight such absurdities. USAID bragged on their own website about how they provided funding for 6 Ukrainian fashion brands to participate in Paris Fashion Week. I'm sure they will be glad that they won't be paying back any loans. This is what we're asking the American people to pay for, to send Ukrainian fashion brands to Paris Fashion Show? I've never had one constituent in Kentucky come up to me and say, please send more money. We're fine in Appalachia. We're fine in rural Kentucky. I don't think there's anybody in Asheville, North Carolina today that's pleading for more of your money to be sent to Ukraine. It's bad enough, but it's also impossible to ensure that this amount of money actually gets to the misguided priorities that have been set. The Government Accountability Office admits that there are a number of ways in which federal agencies could improve oversight and aid to Ukraine. It's been 3 years. Why hasn't the government improved the oversight? Well, because it's impossible to send so much aid to a country as quickly as we have and expect that there won't be waste, fraud, and abuse. I forced the Senate to vote on a special inspector general for Ukraine, and the Ukraine First Uniparty, both sides of the aisle, voted it down. Even with a special inspector general, it's nearly impossible to ensure oversight on this vast amount of money in such a short period of time. Adding insult to injury, Ukraine is consistently ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Transparency International ranked Ukraine 104th out of 180 countries in 2023, with respect to honesty and integrity, and also found that 23% of the public service users paid a bribe in the previous 12 months in Ukraine. And yet we give billions of dollars and we have no special inspector general. And now, despite all of this, President Biden wants to forgive over $4.6 billion in loans that the U.S. taxpayer provided under the auspices that they would be repaid. This lunacy is just another example of how the Washington establishment is completely out of touch with Americans. You ask Americans about this, they've got to pay their loans. They don't understand forgiving Ukrainian loans. The election earlier this month made it eminently clear that the American people are sick and tired of the status quo. They are sick and tired of business as usual in Washington, and they want their elected officials to deliver change. It's fitting that in the final months of this disastrous presidency, Joe Biden caps off his foreign policy for the middle class by asking to cancel over $4.6 billion in aid in loans to Ukraine. Once again, prioritizing the interests of a foreign country at the expense of our own. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this resolution to disapprove of the president for giving this billions of dollars worth of loans to Ukraine and put the American people first. Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to get into the debate before the floor, but I heard the city of Asheville referenced in the last debate from the gentleman from Kentucky, and I have to tell you, I'm not happy with that. I sat here last week and tried to do a unanimous consent request to fund the Small Business Administration loan, and my colleague from Kentucky objected. But don't pretend like this debate tonight has anything to do with Asheville, North Carolina, a town that just got drinking water 2 days ago. You want to argue this, don't argue it on the merits of something that you objected to me trying to accomplish last week for the city of Asheville. I yield. Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Sometimes in Washington, memories get clouded and foggy, even after a week. The senator from North Carolina will remember that he objected to aid in North Carolina. He objected to small business loans. He objected to them simply because they were paid for. I offered unanimous consent, and it was blocked by the senator from North Carolina. I offered unanimous consent to immediately infuse more loans through the Small Business Administration for North Carolina that was hit hard by the flooding. The senator from North Carolina blocked his own bill because I proposed that it be paid for by taking green energy boondoggle loans. So don't be tricked by any flim-flammery or any sort of making up of history. The senator from North Carolina last week blocked his own aid passage that I agreed to let go unanimously as long as it was paid for by taking some extra money from another part of the budget. Don't be fooled.
Mr. President. Senator from North Carolina.
I understand we have about 7 or 8 minutes left. I may need to use all of them. Mr. President, let's talk about tomfoolery. Let's talk about being disingenuous. The gentleman from Kentucky knows damn well that he proposed an amendment that would have actually caused the bill to fail. The gentleman from Kentucky also knows very well that the House has a posture that the disaster recovery bill has to be funded. The gentleman from Kentucky knows that this aid that I'm trying to get to the House would have been fully funded. The gentleman from Kentucky also knows that I also support the amendment he offered, but he played the game that we play around here, tried to think that I wouldn't have the courage to stand up against that garbage amendment because it was the right amendment at the wrong time. I yield, Mr. President, unless there's additional time and someone else wants to speak. It's very important that the truth be told about what went on with aid to North Carolina. I agreed to pass it unanimously as long as it was paid for. I won't be interrupted, Mr. President. I have the floor. Mr. President, I have the floor.
The senator from Kentucky has the floor.
I will not yield the floor. Mr. President, what has been said here is untrue.
The Senate will be in order. The senator from Kentucky has the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky has not yielded for an inquiry. The senator from Kentucky still holds the floor.
Mr. President, it's important that the truth be told and that people aren't allowed to stand and lie without challenge. The bill last week to give immediate aid to North Carolina was objected to by the senator from North Carolina. I agreed to let it go immediately by unanimous consent as long as it was paid for. The senator from North Carolina objected. These are the facts. This is the Senate record. The people of North Carolina can read this in the Senate record. He objected to his own bill because he was annoyed that I had the audacity to say we have a $2 trillion debt and we should pay for things. We had $4 trillion worth of green energy New Deal boondoggle spending, subsidies to big green energy companies, big corporations. He objected to taking money from green energy boondoggle projects and spending it in his own state. He objected to his own bill. So what I would say is the truth is important. The facts are important. We've had a very important debate here, and there is a general philosophical debate about whether or not we should spend money in Ukraine or in our country. We have had flooding problems in Kentucky. I haven't met one person who suffered from this who didn't say it was more important to spend the money in Kentucky than Ukraine. It is a debate that's worth having. The decisions we make over here should be about prioritizing spending. Where do we spend it? Do we borrow it? Where do we spend the money? This is what it's about. And the fact that the senator from North Carolina wants to rewrite history and say he didn't object to his own bill when he did is a lie. Just simply untrue. Just simply untrue.
Senator will suspend. Senate is reminded that there are rules of decorum in the Senate. Let me read you Rule 19. No senator in debate shall directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming of a senator.
I would regain the rest of my time. How much time do I have left?
There's 6.5 minutes remaining.
6.5 minutes.
Total remaining.
This side of the debate, which has
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
30 minutes, we'll relinquish the remaining time on our side.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina is
first
recognized.
rise for a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator, state his inquiry.
Mr. President, I want to understand the effect of the gentleman from Kentucky relinquishing time. Does that mean that I would need to continue debate until the time is over, or at the time that I finish speaking, will we go to a vote? There's about 4 minutes left.
There's 5.5 minutes remaining.
There are 5.5 minutes remaining. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chair, do I have the floor? Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
The Senate will come to order.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
State the nature of your inquiry.
Does the senator from North Carolina have the floor?
The senator from North Carolina has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've been accused of lying. I don't mind that. I mean, I'm a politician. People do that every single day. But I believe that someone may be guilty of misleading this body about my position. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a few minutes to explain my position. It may or may not coincide with the end of time set aside for debate. But, Mr. Chair, our state motto is esse quam videri. Mr. Chair, may I have order?
Senate will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senators will take conversations outside of the chamber. Senator from
Thank you,
North Carolina.
Mr. Chair. My state motto is esse quam videri. That's Latin. It means to be rather than to seem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman from Kentucky suggests that I'm against clawing back the Green New Deal and certain things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle passed through reconciliation. Why would anybody with any experience in this body think that it wouldn't be one of the first things I would vote for when we have reconciliation? Right? How can anybody possibly suggest that I am against clawing back policies that were passed through reconciliation because I'm going to need it to pay for tax reform when we pass reconciliation in the next Congress? So how can, and I have said that we're going to claw back things and we're going to pay for it. If you listen to the gentleman from Kentucky, he said, I'm against repealing that. Well, both can't be true, ladies and gentlemen. They just simply can't be true. I am for the very things, and I hope that the senator of Kentucky knows I'd be happy to co-sponsor that bill. If I haven't, I will tomorrow. But I don't play games in this chamber. I actually fight, in this case, for the people of Western North Carolina who are suffering. I will defeat any amendment to aid to North Carolina if it stands in the way. But I know a little bit about legislative procedure, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody in here who pays attention to how a bill becomes law should watch this. We could pass the SBA funding bill out of here because 99 out of 100 senators said it was okay. One didn't. Now, we'd like to think that the House would receive it and pass it out because we have a tradition of not funding disaster recovery bills, but we know the current majority won't do it. So anybody with a modicum of experience in legislative procedure and actually passing bills that get to the president's desk would know that it will have to be funded, and my colleague from the Western North Carolina 11th District is working on a pay for now. So if you really care about the people of North Carolina, if you really understand the legislative process and you really understand the posture of the House, then you absolutely know that this bill would be paid for before it goes to the president's desk. Now, I have some people asking me why I'm talking, because I'm going to get the final say here, and I'm not going to let anyone else talk before we have to go to a vote. So if you're wondering why I'm going on, I'm not going to play the game of somebody coming up, I'm only quoting what they said about me, that I lied. So ladies and gentlemen, instead of relinquishing the time, unless I can be assured the minute I put this mic down, we're going to go to a vote, then I'm going to start quoting poetry or something because I'm not yielding until time is out. So, Mr. President, may I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentleman, state the nature of his inquiry.
Mr. President, how much time is left?
There are 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
7 minutes and 35 seconds.
7 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay. Mr. President, I do want... Mr. President, may I make an inquiry of the lady from the state of Washington?
Mr. President, I yield back all the Democratic time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington yields back all time. The question is now on the motion to proceed. Is there sufficient second?
She did, all right.
There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. What? Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Heidsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
Both guys, Slim Flannery and Tom Foolery are both Irish guys.
Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hawley, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Paul, Rubio, Schmidt, Tuberville, Van Hollen. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Butler, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Grassley, Heinrich, Kelly, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Ricketts, Romney, Sinema, Tester, Tillis, Welch, Wicker, Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Rono, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
Is she doing better?
Mr. Young, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Have all senators voted? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote? The yeas are 37, the nays are 61, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President,
The Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Suknanen cloture motion be waived.
Without objection. By unanimous, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 601, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be the United States District Judge for the District of Columbia shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Oh, sorry, I cannot. There, yeah. Cardin. Yeah, I got you. Got you. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Yep, thanks. Hold on. Okay. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. I got Bud. Thank you. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, I got you. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Stabenow, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, and Young. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. This vote, the yeas are 51, the nays.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the Senate will resume executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Oh.
The Judiciary, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Ready? Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, if cloture is invoked on the Suknanen nomination, the Senate immediately vote on the Murphy, Wong, Dixon, and Henry cloture motions in the order in which cloture was filed. Further, that during Thursday's session of the Senate, at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader, the Senate vote on the Wise and Weilheimer cloture motions in the order in which the cloture was filed. Further, that if cloture is invoked on any of the above nominations, all post-cloture time be considered expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader no earlier than Monday, December 2nd, 2024. Further, that the mandatory quorum calls for the above cloture motions be waived. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the Desai nomination be withdrawn and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader during Thursday's session of the Senate. For the information of members in plain English, this means we're going to have 4 votes tonight. We're going to have, and we're not going to have those 2-hour intervening times, so we can get them done quickly if we stay in our seats. We then will vote tomorrow. We have 2 votes tomorrow morning and 1 vote before 1:45.
Is there objection?
Let's lock this in, and then let's work.
Without objection.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
When I know more than Gary. Consent that the the mandatory quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 650, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts, to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts to the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schott, Mr. Schmidt.
Is somebody watching a video?
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Carper, Durbin, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Moran, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Markowski, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Helmy? Aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch? Aye. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? No. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Tester? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Padilla? Aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Brian Edward Murphy.
The Senate will come to order.
Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 650, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts, to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Ann Wong of California to be United States District Judge for the District Court of Columbia?
Madam President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that this and all subsequent roll calls be 10 minutes in duration.
Is there objection? No, without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 707, Ann Huang of California, United States District Judge for the Central District, California.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Ann Wong of California to be the United States District Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to the close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, I heard, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, there you are. Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Budd, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
I just immediately got my...
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Brown, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye.
It hasn't even been 10 minutes yet, sir. It's only been 9.
Ms. Murkowski, no. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Ann Huang of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Counter Number 711, Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, Young. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Braun, no.
Work it out. Okay, I got it. The yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be U.S. District Judge for the Central District of California.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 779, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that Majority Leader? Okay. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. I did. Thank you. Gotcha. Johnson. Johnson, Tuberville, Paul. Tuberville, Paul. Butler. Yes, I do. Pardon? Graham. Young.
Daines, no. Thank you.
James, thank you. Capito. Yep.
Thank you. Risch, no.
Mrs. Blackburn. Yes, I do. Thank you. Brown. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker.
Blackburn, you skipped me.
No, I heard you.
Oh, I'm no.
Thank you. No, no. Rubio. And Fisher. Thank you. Kelly. Schatz. Peters. Not funny. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. I heard you. Yes. Kennedy. Cassidy. Cassidy. No. Rounds.
no.
Thank you. Okay, Casey. I do. Thank you. Welch, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Romney. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey.
No for me.
Thank you. Moran. Hickenlooper King. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. Rosen. Cotton. I got you. You got me? Yeah. Cotton. Romney.
Next week, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Thank you. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Thank you.
Tony, can you do desk?
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley.
I'm going to push you over right now. Push you over more.
Mr. Haggerty. Thank you. Good night. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley. I do have you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mr. Schmidt. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Braun. Thank you. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Smith, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
This will.
Yeah, at the very end.
Okay. The Majority Leader is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, being a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 285 S 1153.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 285 S 1153, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to establish the National Manufacturing Advisory Council and so forth, and for other purposes.
I ask.
Is there objection?
I ask unanimous consent the committee reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Peters substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 484 S 3959.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 484 S 3959, a bill to require the Transportation Security Administration to streamline the enrollment processes and so forth, and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7218, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 7218, an act to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act and so forth, and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent the motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed with the immediate consideration of H.R. 8932, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 8932, an act to establish an earlier application processing cycle and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I further ask the bill be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Commerce Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-Res 894 and the resolution be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 902, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 902 relating to the death of Timothy Peter Johnson, former senator for the state of South Dakota.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 903, S-Res 904, S-Res 905, S-Res 906, S-Res 907.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection. that we will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned under the provisions of S-Res 902 until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 21. That following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Wise nomination. Further, that at 11 a.m., the Senate vote on the cloture motions with respect to the Wise and Weilheimer nominations in the order listed. Further, that following the cloture vote on the Weilheimer nomination, the Senate resume consideration of the Desai nomination, and that the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Desai nomination at 1:45 p.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Under the previous order and pursuant to S-Res 902, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Tim Johnson, former senator from South Dakota. The Senate is adjourned.